Let's go.
Let's rock.
Jimmy Juice Podcast, man.
Let's go, let's go.
Figgy Fig, best in the world, that's what he do, know what I'm talking about. Round Rockett, born and raised in the H-Town, Houston, Texas. Know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Let's go in the jacuzzi, smoking threats. I got my feet up. Cut them haters off, I told them beat it. I don't need you. Spend 50 racks in cash, but it's all good. I got my visa. This rolling got them staring at me like the Mona Lisa. My ghetto, Nikeisha. I beat it like a creature. She always like my sneakers. These Jordan 5 pink aces. Let's go. I'm knocking them down back to back in the row. He really the one, but they already know. So none of my chains go put on the show.
Giving out gins, sipping my juice. Counting the beans, addicted to ends. Need to back in on whatever I do. We get it in on the daily. I get it rocking like this with the 80. We really 10-toe down on the pave. What's up? We about to see what they saying.
Rockin' gym, vippin' juice. Rockin' gym, vippin' juice. Rockin' gym, vippin' juice. Rockin' gym, vippin' juice. Let's go. Gym, vippin' juice. Rockin' gym, vippin' juice. Rockin' gym, vippin' juice. Rockin' gym, vippin' juice. So let's go.
What do you have to say to everyone if we still consider the Astros cheaters?
Yeah.
Where them bitches? Where them bitches at? It's supposed to be titties. Where the fucking titties and the bitches? I caught a plane out to Cleveland late last evening.
Every drop, man. Every drop. Hit all the buttons, Figgy.
Get that trigger next time, nigga.
This nigga's scared. This nigga's scared. Ain't nobody scared, man. I just told you I had a DJ Saturday night. Fuck that shit. You lying around playing Eminem in your car, you and your old lady?
I told you.
Nah, just
you
Dolo.
did this. You did this.
Dolo playing Eminem just.
I told you. You did this.
Mash every button, man. It's the grand return, the grand rising.
Some people call me Tip. Some people call me Tip. Think about another kind of Tip.
Everybody ready to hear some jazz? Everybody ready to hear some jazz?
I never even hear this one before. We got some new ones in the mix I ain't heard.
Remember back in the days, man, them days. Remember back in the days, man, them days is over.
Yes.
You know the other one I got to get to. Speaking of
Remember
this one,
back in the days, man, them days is over.
I got to get the one from The Wire. See, that's the thing about the old days.
The old days. Yeah, we need that one. Well, there's a few from The Wire you could get, honestly.
That's the thing about the old days. The old days.
There's a few. The Wire got so many quotables. When don't ask where he told Bodie that I forget the dark skinned dude name, the one who worked with Marlo, and he said, "Don't worry about why. Why ain't in your vocabulary no more, nigga." He just walked away. Shit like that. There's so many quotables in The Wire, man. We could have a whole soundboard full of just the Wire quotes.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But we will build on that because we are back in full effect.
Yes.
If we could play licensed music, we play Return of the Mac or something like that. But YouTube will kick us off with the quickness, so we can't. But we are back at it, man. We are back. It's been a long time. I know it's been too long. We are back in full effect. I was thinking about it, man. Fuck it. This might be the reboot of the Gems and Juice podcast. Okay. It wasn't a break. It was a reboot.
Yeah.
Okay. Because we used to be, I was thinking about like the history of our podcast, and we were different starting out, I feel. I feel we were much more hip hop based. We were much more into like talking with these new rappers and talking and covering rap and hip hop. And now I think both of us don't really give a shit about hip hop no more.
I don't, man. I don't. I would probably say the last 2 weeks is probably the first time I actually listened to some rap music.
Yeah.
Like I listened to the Nas album. I think that was the last album or the last series of the Magic and the other one, King's Disease or whatever. So I listened to that, and then I listened to the Lil Yachty and J. Cole song.
Yeah,
Outside
I
of
still
that,
heard that.
yeah, outside of that, man, I just been EDMing it up, man. I've been listening to that. I've been listening to like oldies and classic rock and all that stuff, man. I haven't been motivated, man.
Yeah, it's just like the same playlist for me. There's been a few tracks. We'll get into new releases in a little bit, but overall, man, it's just I think our podcast has come a long way. I feel like we're more variety, sports, whatever, gaming, whatever tickles our fancy at the moment is what the podcast is about, man. We'll have athletes on, we'll have whoever's cool we have on as a guest. It used to be people who were just in music that we wanted. Now I'm like, fuck it. Anybody who cool and we work with or somebody like that who has a knowledge of things we could talk about, we get them on the podcast now, man. So
it's funny too because we were all working at a sports station.
Yeah.
And we were trying to be anti-sports.
Yes.
We were trying to, talk about, hip hop and entertainment and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just like, screw it, man. Like sports is a little more entertaining at this point.
No, definitely. Like the discuss. I don't necessarily like talking about sports for like 3 hours straight, man, because I feel like that shit gets old, and there's only so many ways you could break down like LeBron versus Jordan or some bullshit like that. But the discussions surrounding sports and the things that happen are still some of the most entertaining things you could talk about, man. Plus just other things in culture that aren't music or sports related, but we want to talk about movies, whatever, gaming, whatever, TV shows, all stuff like that, man. So really that's what the podcast is now. It's just we didn't name it anything music based. It's just
we just having fun.
Exactly.
Yeah, we could talk. I mean, if I knew a little more about anime, we could probably talk a little about 10, 15 minutes.
We got to get my boy back on, man. We got to get my boy back on and talk about some anime. But we have look, we're just this is the reboot of the podcast. Okay, this is what it is now. If you're wondering where we've been, I know it's been a minute. We've been working, man. Figgy, they've been working Figgy like he's Stephen A. Smith at ESPN, man. Okay,
I know.
You got to run everywhere. He got to run and do a lot of shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna be covering the golf tournament in a minute.
We're gonna see you covering the ESPYs or some shit, the Oscars. Like they had remember they had Stephen A. Smith covering the Oscars.
He was doing the red carpet, man.
They're
like
gonna have you
man on the red carpet, and then I guess right after that he was doing like the NBA draft.
Yeah,
he was doing the red carpet on the NBA draft. That's what it was. And I'm just like, what is y'all doing, man? And
he did the Oscars too, man. He did the Oscars. He was working on. I saw him on ABC on the pre-show. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Nah, they had him running. They still have him running ragged, man. I think it's gotten a little better now since his new deal kicked in, but
we got to talk about that too. He was on the Joe Budden podcast and he made some
that's right. We got to talk about it. Let me put it, because we always say this stuff and then we forget. So I want to make sure we write it down. So a lot of stuff to cover, man. But like I said, Figgy been working. We were supposed to come back last week, but I was having some technical issues. I had to do some open heart surgery on my laptop and fix some shit. But we are back, man. We are back at it. Back in full effect. A lot of stuff to talk about and break down. So join us if y'all around. Well, I didn't check the comments. Anybody in here? Yeah, probably not. I know y'all done forgot about us, probably.
I know.
Y'all done moved on.
Lost a little.
We got to build. This is why it's the reboot, man. We're building up from scratch again, baby. This is episode 1. Everybody done forgot about us. We got to build a whole new audience. So look, we are back at it, back in full effect, of course. And Figgy, how you been this past? I know you've been working hard, man. I know you've been running around. How you been this last couple of weeks?
I've been doing pretty good, man. So I'm working on some new stuff. So I'm one of the judges for the HEB tailgater of the game for every game. So I'm doing something different this year. I got I hired pretty much a production crew. So AKA just a cameraman to kind of follow me around during the tailgates and all that stuff, getting some good content. So we came up with something called Figgy's Tailgate Takeover. and I'll be releasing the recap of all the tailgates and all the tailgates we went to and all that stuff. So it's been a lot of work, man. Been a lot of work, but it's been a blast. So I've been promoting that a lot, getting some stuff together, and just getting some cool content, man. So that been taking a lot out of me outside of my regular day-to-day jobs. So yeah, man, I just been getting that stuff together. I've been getting a lot of good feedback. Shout out to everybody who's been supporting that. And yeah, so this Sunday we'll be out there. You'll probably get a recap maybe Thursday or Friday, probably on Friday. I'll release the recap, and you could go to my Instagram or Twitter, whatever, or sportsradio610.com. I have it up on there. So yeah, man, trying to create some content, man.
I see that, man. You've been doing a good job. I've been enjoying watching them. You could get is for somebody who don't go to games ever, because I can't. I like to see the vibe of like the tailgate and how people are getting down, man. It's definitely been a recharged Texans season, I feel.
Yeah, so and I'll tell you what, too, last week, or not last week, but the last home game, it was probably the rowdiest I ever seen a lot since like 2019, since that Bills playoff game. And people were just super excited, man. You even had Cal and Hanneman there was out there tailgating too. They pulled up on us. So that was pretty cool. Hanneman there actually called me out.
There we go. Dog, you low key in there with the McNairs, man. Okay, they're gonna be inviting you to dinner pretty soon.
I hope.
All right. So you low key part of the family, damn near, man. I feel like y'all be clicking up a lot. So.
I know. For some reason they like me. but yeah, they pulled up. She actually called me out because that home game versus the Coast was a like Liberty whiteout or something like that. And I had a red shirt on. She was like, "You supposed to be wearing white. Where's your white shirt?" And I was just like, I ain't had no white shirt.
Y'all the billionaires. Why don't y'all hand out shirts?
I know. She told me she was like, you should have told me. I would have got you. I would have helped you out or something. I'm like, you're right. And the crazy part about it is she actually had my number because she asked for my my number and stuff, but I don't have hers. So I'm just like waiting on her to hit me up.
Yeah. And that's gonna be that awkward moment where now you got to answer numbers that you don't recognize because it might be Hannah McNair, and it's fucking a call about your car extended warranty for the 15th time that day. You're like, fuck.
Yes.
I was getting that billionaire call finally. I feel you though, man.
Yeah, but shout out to the McNairs. They super cool, man. I enjoy talking to them a lot.
Yeah, look, say what you want about the ownership in the past, man. I think the team is on the right direction, in my view. Okay, everything's not perfect. It's gonna be some ugly spots this season as well, I think. But I think, look, I feel good about where the franchise is heading right now. I think you got a good head coach.
Hey, let's get to him right now, then, man. We in sports right now. Let's
let's just talk about that shit first. First off, I see Brown
Chubby Bear.
Yeah, I look. You need an alias, bro. I meant to bring this up. I kept just rolling with it, but I can't roll with it. We back. This is the rebooted Jim the Juice podcast. I can't call you Brown Chubby Bear, man. I'm sorry. I need to call you like BC or something. This reminds me of like when Birdman went by Baby and everybody called. I'm not calling you Baby, dog. You're Birdman. All right. Yeah, you need an alias to be referenced on this podcast, man. I'm gonna call you BC or BCB or something.
Or call him VT.
VT. I'll go VT. Yeah. VT's cool.
Yeah.
So VT, I see you in the comments, man. Welcome back. Glad to have you here. You asked, do you think Puffy is going to get charged? I know what you're talking about. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on.
Just hold tight.
With the arrest of Keefy D, who was apparently involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
This is the guy who was on Vlad with the interview, by the way.
He's been in a bunch of interviews.
Yeah.
And he released a memoir we'll talk about that in a little bit. But basically, to answer your question, I don't think so. Because look, it's been long speculated that Puffy, a bunch of people came out and said that Puffy put a hit out on Tupac, but I don't think there's anything you can reference his or Bad Boy's involvement in what happened that night.
Yeah.
Now, did he want some kind of lick on Tupac? Probably. But I don't think you can prove that this had anything to do or that they were employed by him. Or whatever he says is just look, they're not gonna take it seriously. So no, I don't think he's in danger with that. But who knows, man? Crazier shit has happened. Maybe they want to get him out of here too. Maybe his time is up. He's getting canceled. So I don't know, man. Yeah, and sidebar though, I did see that Clarence Avant. Remember that the Godfather of Music documentary that came out on Netflix?
Yeah,
Puffy was in that. And
yeah.
he basically said that Clarence Avant saved his life.
He took care of it. Yeah,
yeah.
Whatever he did, he took care of that. I remember that part.
That was strange to me because he never clarified what he was talking about. But the only time I can think of when Puffy's life was probably in danger was that time.
Yeah, and he went to Clarence Avant.
Yeah, and he implied that he fixed some things. Well, Clarence Avant is dead now.
Yeah.
So I don't know who's in Puffy's corner, and I don't know what might come out. But yeah, I don't think there's enough evidence to link him to this unless something crazy happens.
Yeah.
And you also, VT also says they got us a great HC and the best rookie QB in the draft. Shout out to the McNair. I'm down with that. I'm down with that.
Me too, man.
And look, this is what winning does. Even though the Texans aren't a winning team yet, I just like the positive vibes at this point, man. I feel like we've been down the dumps enough. I think in Houston in particular, we just get depressed easily over the sports shit. Especially with everybody out on the Astros already. Look, they probably finished for the season.
Yeah, I might have to change up the little intro. That'd be over with for that one, man. I was looking at the intro, I was just like,
look,
maybe I have to put CJ Stroud in there or something.
Yeah, we got to give them another season, man. I don't know. They're still the last team to win shit in Houston. We can't turn our back on the Astros yet, man. Just if they miss the playoffs, we can't just turn them back and say they ass now. But yeah, man. So the Texans, let's talk about them real quick and general NFL shit, I guess. Of course, they won against the Jacksonville Jaguars last week. They've got the Steelers coming up. CJ Stroud seems to be improving every game. I like what I see. Even with that crippled offensive line and so many injuries, he seems to be learning and adjusting, and things are kind of looking up, man. What do you think about what you've seen from the team so far? And, of course, we also got to get your thoughts on your other boy over in Cleveland.
Yeah, who might not play on Sunday, by the way.
Who might be, I don't know what's going on. I heard he might be hurt, but I don't know how he got hurt. So
apparently he hurt his shoulder in the last game.
Oh, okay.
So he haven't really been throwing all week, and he left practice today. You might see a little DTR action.
Okay,
that famous backup quarterback that's been outplaying everybody in preseason.
We'll see, man. I mean, if somehow Deshaun Watson lost his starting quarterback job and you got to pay him $220 million guaranteed, holy shit. Yeah. So, what are your thoughts about the Texans and what you've seen so far, man?
Man, I think so. I'm super excited about CJ Stroud, man. Like, I always been a Stroud fan. I watched him at Ohio State. To be honest, I know a lot of people were saying Bryce or no quarterback during the draft, and I didn't think it was. To me, I just felt like they were close. I felt like if Bryce went number one, it's not a big deal if CJ go number two. I felt like CJ was that good. You know what I mean? I preferred Bryce at the beginning, but I knew we wasn't about to get Bryce, so I was good with CJ Stroud. I felt like that was a perfect pick.
Yeah.
But I'm super excited, man. He's looking like the best rookie quarterback out of all the ones that went in the first and second round so far. So I'm super excited about that. I know they 1-2. They didn't look too bad. They didn't look good in the first game against Baltimore. Second game, they kind of got a little embarrassed, but CJ had a okay game. I think, man, I think the future is bright, but at the end of the day, I still think as a rookie head coach, you know, they gonna go through more struggles throughout the season and all that stuff, injuries and all that. So remember when we made our little predictions, I had them going like maybe winning like 4 or 5 games.
Yeah.
But I thought it was going to be a competitive 4 or 5 games that they win, or, you know, all the other losses going to be super competitive. And I still think that because, you know, it's still early. It's still, to me, I still feel like it's a rebuild. They still need pieces and free agency and stuff like that. So I think they got a long way to go, but I want to ask you this, man. You've been following this team for years since you've been here. I feel like this is probably the highest the arrow been pointed in this franchise so far when it comes to like a good rookie quarterback and, you know, beginning to rebuild a little bit, because I felt like throughout the Texans history, you know, you had David Carr, but, you know, it wasn't really that good like that. And after that, I feel like we never really had a rookie quarterback outside of Deshaun Watson, somebody like that. And I felt like that energy is higher than what Deshaun Watson was, because I think the only thing that kept that energy from being kind of down was Bill O'Brien, because everyone was super excited about Deshaun Watson, but then you look over and the head coach is Bill O'Brien, and you just kind of get an attitude a little bit. And, you know, obviously it didn't get that far, but I felt like with a good head coach like DeMeco Ryans, who was very likable, somebody that actually played during the glory days of the Texans. You got CJ Stroud, who was very likable, and, you know, you could argue and say he's probably way more likable than like Deshaun Watson during that time. And the future look bright. You got Will Anderson Jr. I just think the future is so bright right now. The arrow is pointed straight up, and I just don't see it getting worse from here. So this season might not be the best season, you know, at the end of the day, but I feel like next year, the year after that, it's going to be so much better. I can see the Houston Texans looking like the Detroit Lions right now. Just, you know, just potential out the roof.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like in the past 5 years, is the highest the fan base has been charged up. I feel the energy in Houston, like we really feel like we have something now. I can't say it's the most excited the fan base has been, because the Deshaun Watson years, man, like the way he was playing, it legit felt like he could be a Super Bowl winning champion, or at least get us there. You know, we really felt like we were right there at the door with him. Then you got JJ, then you had DeAndre Hopkins. Like, you had some studs on offense, man. And you really felt like with what he was doing, the sky was the limit. You know, we're not there with CJ yet. I mean, we like what we see. Like you said, he seems to be the best rookie quarterback out the class right now. But it's still very early. And look, they've looked rough in a lot of places as well. Of course, they're injured as fuck, so you take that into account too. But I can't say it's there yet. But look, if they somehow get like 7-8 wins, it's going to be up there. Because I don't think anybody really expected much from this team on their first, you know, so many young players, first time head coach. But if they somehow outdo expectations and fucking play themselves into a prime time game and they get flexed in or some shit because everybody's looking at CJ Stroud, it's going to be up there. It's gonna start to get up there with the Deshaun Watson in his prime in Houston. But I wouldn't say it's there yet. But it just feels good to have the city energized about their football team again, man. You know?
Yeah, and my thing is too, I feel like I'm not really paying attention. The wins is good, don't get me wrong. I want them to win every game, but I'm not really paying attention. I'm more paying attention to how they perform. So seeing what CJ doing with this current roster, which is not the best, I feel super positive about that because a lot of people was doubting. I see Miguel in the comments say everybody got
Yeah.
besides B Scott with talk about CJ Stroud, but like a lot of people felt like CJ wasn't going to do that good this year. And if he's performing at this level, and I know he ain't throw an interception yet this year, and I know that's going to change eventually, but if he have a really good rookie year, I think that's something to be super excited about, even if they do win only 4 games or 5 games, 4 or 5 games, because you know what you got in this, in this second overall pick. And then if you get some good numbers from Will Anderson Jr., you know what you traded up for. So it's just so much potential around where you could, you got your cornerstone on offense, you got your cornerstone defense, and you could just kind of build around that. So I think, to me, and when I say the most excited fans being in this franchise history, I mean it in that way where, you kind of starting low and it's just like, wow, so much potential going on, because I know people was, we was talking about Super Bowl with Deshaun Watson and all that stuff, but I just felt like nobody trusted Bill O'Brien at the end of the day, man. It was more counting on Deshaun Watson.
Well, to be fair, people are putting out that energy with the GM now too. Suddenly like Nick Caserio was the problem, and people are talking, that. So it's always going to be that negative person that people think is holding the team back.
Yeah, but
I see what you're saying.
But see, the problem is like with Bill O'Brien, and I wasn't like a Bill O'Brien hater. Like I thought he was a fair head coach, an average head coach, but I felt like we could have seen so much more potential with Deshaun Watson in the different offense. And I felt like he was kind of getting held back a little bit by Bill O'Brien, but Deshaun was just making Deshaun plays that was carrying in the Houston Texans. Deshaun Watson pretty much won that Bills playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like the offense he was in. And it seemed like, we were super excited for Deshaun Watson, but at the end of it all, we like, man, Bill O'Brien gonna blow it. So because it was I think that was that year where they went 11-6 or something like that. I thought that's a pretty good year. And it seemed like people wasn't really that excited about it for some reason. And I just feel like this year, not this year, but this regime right now, I feel like more people will be super excited about it than it was before, because you got that good quarterback, or somebody you think that's going to be a good quarterback and your franchise quarterback, on top of a really good head coach, or the guy you think is going to be a really good head coach moving forward. And it seemed like it's kind of away from that Patriots way BS. And like I'm super excited about it, man. I'm excited about this year, and I don't think they're gonna make the playoffs or nothing, but I'm just super excited for this year, next year, and seeing who they gonna get and how the offense gonna look. And I'm just super excited about that, man. I wasn't even that excited as I am now with Deshaun and Bill O'Brien and stuff. I was excited in that Chiefs game because I thought it was over. But, I feel super confident in this coaching staff and stuff now. And I feel like that wasn't the case before, because as good as it was before, we still was always complaining about, like, the offense was kind of mid. And, I just felt like we won't have that type of conversation going forward. I feel like it'd be a lot of positive vibes going forward.
See, I would hit the brakes there. I see what you're saying. Basically, what you're saying is like we've been homeless for like 4 years. Like we've been homeless and starving, and somebody gave us a Whataburger fucking on Texas toast. And it tastes like the best thing ever to us right now. Because we're like, finally, we got some food. Before where we were at, we were like fat and we went to fucking Papa Do's and the food was ass. We got upset. You know, we got upset because they didn't blacken our catfish enough or whatever the fuck. Like we was fat and full. We wanted more, man. We expected more. Now we're homeless. We're bummy. We stinky, ain't had a shower, and somebody just gave us a sandwich and gave us a hotel room. You know, so we're feeling good. We feel better about that now than we did back then. But look, let the season go by. People will be back on that, man. People let enough games be lost. People will start talking about the offense. People will get on this coach. Look, people, I hate to say it, but I feel like the trigger on a black coach is just so quick in general, man. And even a hometown favorite is going to get that flack after a while. So we'll see, man. But I see what you're saying. I see like we've never went from this low before to a decent team. We've always been like a okay. We've never been as bad as we were. And then suddenly we're like, we see light. So I see what you're saying.
It's kind of like the Houston Rockets, man, because the Houston Rockets were never in a rebuild type of mode.
Yeah.
It was always Daryl Morey would always load up. Y'all was always in the playoffs. And so now, like, this is the lowest the Rockets been, since Yao?
Yeah.
They got Yao. And now it's kind of like, it's slowly but surely trying to build it back up. So I'm sure, let's say Ime has some, okay year. Then it'd be like, oh yeah, the future bright. Ain't been like this in a minute. So yeah, no, I got what you're saying, but I don't think the Texans been this low. I think this is as low as they ever been.
Well, since the beginning of the franchise, but then even people were excited because we have football back in Houston.
Yeah, but with all the success they had, this is probably the lowest.
It was dark. It was especially because of what we had and lost.
Yeah.
And somebody like a Deshaun Watson, man.
You go from 2019 up against the Chiefs to 4-12 and then just straight down the toilet.
Yeah. So there's never been that sharp of a decline in franchise history. So I get your point. I think we basically agree.
Yeah. And honestly, I think let's say 2019 when they lost that when they was up against the Chiefs, they lost, and let's say they fired Bill O'Brien. Let's say they fired him and they hire like the hot head coach, somebody from the Shanahan tree or something like that. Mike Bendet. Let's say they hire somebody like that. I think it's a chance that the team will actually be really good. I think they could probably put the pieces together and be really good, but that didn't happen. And you see it kind of went down the toilet. So I think now we kind of get into that mode where, you hire somebody from the Shanahan tree and you kind of, that's to me, that's better than the Patriots tree, the Patriots way. And, we're going to have to wait a couple years to see how it turned out. I mean, it might not turn out that good. I don't know, but I think I'm a little more positive about this than if we would have hired somebody from the Patriots tree.
Yeah, but look, man, and I see y'all comments. We're gonna get to y'all in a minute. I just want to ask this first because you keep bringing up Bill O'Brien as being the reason why the offense. But look, man, looking at what Deshaun Watson has become, and looking what Bill O'Brien's offense can do. Are we looking at Bill O'Brien's regime and look? The worst thing about him was he was a terrible GM, and he made himself GM. That's what really crushed the franchise. Yeah. But as far as an offensive coach, I mean, look what he did for Deshaun Watson, and look what Deshaun Watson. Look, you could say it's all the time off and rust and whatever, but he looks like a completely different player from when he was playing here. And I know they won their last game, but still, it's I don't know, man.
It's not the same right now, and I do feel like the off the field stuff, maybe him being off. I do think that probably played a part in it too, in his way he's playing right now. But just looking at the numbers from Bill O'Brien, the offense he had in Houston, man, it was like middle of the pack, man.
It
Like
was very conservative, but I
it
mean,
wasn't.
games were being
It
won.
wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't number 32, but it was like very middle in the pack, man. And this is a guy that coached Tom Brady. That was his resume. He was the offensive coordinator for Tom Brady with the Patriots and all that stuff. And I just felt like these New England guys come in and try to do what New England do. And, you know, that don't work for everybody, man. Look, Deshaun Watson is not Tom Brady. And, you know, Brock Osweiler was not Tom Brady. And I just think that's their kind of stick where they just, you know, and look, that's what they know. So when you go somewhere, you do what you know. So I'm not knocking them for that. Yeah. But I just felt like with Deshaun Watson, man, it was with him, they was trying to stick a square peg in the round hole. They was making him run a certain offense. And, you know, he would do his thing, but I just felt like it could have been a lot better. And somebody like a Bill O'Brien, I expected him to be, you know, he was known as this. That's the other thing, too. He was known as this quarterback guru. And I felt like he didn't really have good quarterbacks, man. He was, let's be real, he was kind of carried by JJ Watt in that defense, man, for a lot of the times. So
yeah, but look outside of Deshaun, who he had to work with, man.
That's what I'm saying, man. But he did have responsibilities for some of the quarterbacks he brung in. But I mean, that could be bad luck. I'm not sure, but
yeah, I don't know. All I'm saying is,
and look, let me be clear. Like, I wasn't a big Bill O'Brien hater. Mm-hmm. Like, I wasn't just like he suck and he don't need to be a football type of person. I felt like he got a place, and I felt like he did okay here. I mean, he wasn't that bad. I just felt like him being this quarterback guru, I expected the offense to be top 10, at least cracking 10 or 11, somewhere around there. But I felt like the offense was always the problem, man. It was super predictable.
Yeah, because they had a deviance and weirdos at wide receiver and all this stuff. Maybe I'm just playing. I don't know, man. All I'm saying is if Deshaun Watson crashes out, we might look at him in a different light, but who knows? We see y'all in the comments, man. Welcome back, everybody who joined us. Welcome back, Miguel. See, you said we back from the dead. Yeah, we back from the dead, man. We rebooting the podcast, okay? Of course, he comes out with the hot takes already. He said, Bryce being a bust makes me laugh. Okay, pause right there, man. All right. We are 3 games into the season, all right? Let's not evaluate this let's not give out the Hall of Fame jackets yet, all right?
Hey,
let's
Miguel,
pause a little bit, man.
With you, Miguel, man. He's a bust. I'm with you, man. He's too short. He's way too short. Look, he's getting hurt and all that stuff, man. Anthony Richardson getting hurt. CJ Stroud, strong, man.
I feel like NBA Twitter is worse because they was calling Wemby a bust because he had a bad summer league game. Y'all with these hot takes, man. After a couple games, let's chill for a little bit.
Yeah, it's way too early. But I will say, Carolina, the Panthers Twitter is freaking out a lot, man. Because look, mind you, they traded up for this.
Yeah,
they traded a lot of stuff to get that number 1 overall pick, and they picked him. So they passed up on CJ, they passed up on Anthony Richardson, and CJ is playing better than all of them. So they freaking out a little bit, man.
Yeah, but look, man, it's still man. I'm not ready to count anybody out or give anybody the jacket yet, man. All right. But let's wait at least until half the season. Shit.
It's way too. Look, man, Carson Wentz had a good rookie year.
Shit, man. Year, so many. RG3 was looking like he was on his way. Like many Colin Kaepernick who was we'll talk. Fuck, we gotta talk about that shit.
Put that on the rundown,
man. Oh man.
But yeah, man, so many people start off strong and then just go crashing down. Hopefully CJ is not on this list.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, the other way around with Bryce, I mean, Peyton Manning had a bad rookie year, man. but that was the only bad year he really had up until probably his last year in the league. So it's still early, man. I hope everybody do okay, but I'm I'm glad we picked CJ, man.
Yeah.
CJ seemed like a really good dude too, so I'm super excited about CJ.
Yeah, I am too, man. We'll see where it goes from here. BT said it's early, but he's on pace for 5K yards and 22 TDs. The on pace guy, man. All right. These injuries are killing us. I don't trust Deculus at LT. I don't trust anybody named Deculus. But I agree, man. The injuries are killing us, and it's hard to evaluate this team's potential when you have so many injuries, man. But hopefully, everybody. I heard is Tunzel coming back this week? I've heard.
Yeah, he's out.
Oh, he's not. Okay,
Yeah.
So all right, it'll take a few. Maybe I don't know. After the bye, we'll finally be fully healthy, but who knows? Miguel says I'm higher now than back then because I knew OB was going to lose in the divisional round. Well, can we get to the divisional round at this point, man? Like, how are you? Like, I understand what y'all are saying, but I don't know. I can't say I'm more excited about the team right now than I was in Deshaun Watson's prime in those years, man. Because I really thought.
Would you say you more excited about the future? Would you be more excited about the possible future?
I can't even say that yet, man. Because like I said, we legit thought Deshaun Watson could lead us to the Super Bowl at least. You know, I can't make that evaluation about CJ yet, man. I would love to see it. I would love to see D'Amico Ryan really succeed. I would love to see CJ Stroud come into his own as one of the best quarterbacks in the league. But that's just like fucking fan fiction at this point, man. Like there's nothing to prove that could be the case yet. So, but with Deshaun, we saw it. We saw what kind of Deshaun in his prime was just ridiculous, man. People forget. Watch a highlight tape if you forgot, man. Yeah. He was out of this world with some of the plays he was making, man.
We were arguing with people about him being up there with Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, he was. It seemed like he was neck and neck with some of those plays he was doing, and then you see him fucking throw backwards for a loss, and all the goofy shit he's doing now. Yeah. But that dog, he was pulling rabbits out of his ass with some of the plays he was making every week, man. Highlight tape just seeing it in person was just something else. And hopefully CJ can get there. I really want to see it happen, but it still remains to be seen. I haven't seen the flashes yet, man. I've seen good things. I haven't seen that kind of flash yet, but hopefully we get there. Miguel said we've been homeless since Kubiak. Yeah, I wouldn't say that much. What up, Mookie? We see you, Mookie Montonio, in YouTube comments. What up, Mookie?
Oh yeah. Real quick before prayers to Crazy Bone, man.
Yeah. I was gonna bring that up,
man. Prayers to Crazy Bone for sure.
Yeah, we saw that he had been hospitalized and apparently is in some pretty bad shape, man. Very unfortunate. Hopefully he pulls through, man. Definitely a legend in rap. And yeah, I was really hoping that we wouldn't get news of his death by the time hopefully he recovers and gets better, man. Because that would be tough, man. I'm still a fan of Crazy Bone, so yeah, that would really suck. Bravo on YouTube. What it do, gang? What's going on, man? Miguel says, I want Caleb Williams to fall on his face. Okay, y'all just some haters, man. All right. Everybody can be good.
We were just talking about y'all was just talking about tank for Caleb Williams. Nobody wanted CJ Stroud. They wanted to go defense and tank for Caleb Williams the next year. Get your quarterback next year. Oh, come on, man.
Yeah.
I kind of want him to lose. I kind of want him to lose to Colorado, though. I ain't gonna lie. But.
Yeah. And he also said Vandy's lowest moment was when he said, "Houston, we have a quarterback." Look, I was working that game, and even in that moment, I really couldn't believe he said it. I didn't think it was going to be that bad. None of us did. And to be fair, he knows that looks really bad in retrospect. Of course, he does, but. Yeah, even in real time, I was like, wait a minute. It's one game, man. I don't know. So I'll look, all of us have fallen victim to, and that's why I'm playing the waiting game on CJ too, man. Because all of us has fallen victim to one good performance and said, "This is it. We got him."
Yeah,
it's like it's still early, man. Anything can happen. So
I remember. So when Brock got here, it was the same year I got here. So I went to that training camp, and I remember somebody I was working with. She was like the promotions coordinator or something like that. She like, yeah, that's their new quarterback. He signed a big deal. They were just like making a big deal about it. And in my brain, I'm thinking like that guy was low key me. I mean, he was better than Peyton Manning in the playoffs, in the Super Bowl, all that stuff. But I'm like, he was low key mid. I'm like, damn. I'm like, all right, I guess it's something. I guess I don't know that much about him then.
yeah, I didn't understand what anybody saw in him.
It was hyped about him.
Yeah, nah, that was a rough time. That's one of those things where it's like a family tragedy that you don't talk about, like somebody got molested or something. And it's one of those dark family secrets nobody talks about. That's how I feel about the Brock Osweiler era. That's just something we don't want to talk about or remember, man. We just kind of put that in the back of our brain and just don't even bring it up anymore.
Yeah,
that was a rough time, man.
Yeah, it was.
And what up, Mad Wine Kim? See you in the comments as well. What up, girl? Good to see you as well. We got the whole family back here, man. Feels good to be back. I missed y'all, man. Miguel said, all right, Rocket, when CJ leaves us past Obi and Watson, I'm going to be the first one in your DMs. Look, man, I'll be happy to look. I'm not saying they're not going to get there. I'm just saying I haven't seen, and you haven't either. None of us have seen the proof that they can get there, man.
I think you just got a little PTSD, man. I think you just
he does.
I think we don't want to jump the gun too much because we jumped the gun before and we seen what happened. So I feel like everybody got a little PTSD. A lot of people got PTSD on this might not work, so I ain't getting too happy about it. And then other people just want to be better without Deshaun. Everybody just want to just find somebody better than Deshaun at this moment and do better. So they see how he look and they like, see, better than Deshaun. So I think everybody just a little too hype.
Look, we got to pump the brakes a little bit, man. Like I said, I don't want to see the team succeed as much as anybody else. But I'm not crowning anybody after 3 games, period. All right, we got to wait this thing out, man, and see where it goes. But I feel good about it. And, that's the most we can ask for right now, is to feel good about things. And I think we as a fan base feel good about things right now. So good enough. Mad Wine Kim says the Matt Shaw pick 6 season was hard to go. Yeah, that was really rough too, man. That was really rough, but at least we knew, like, okay, he's on his way out. With Brock, it's like we really thought he was the future, man. Well, some people did. A lot of people did. And just to see him collapse like he did, at least Matt Schaub stayed in the league.
Yeah, Matt Schaub like last year, I want to say.
Yeah, he stayed in the league as a backup. Brock couldn't even be a backup, man. He was out pretty quick. So that's all you really need to know about how that whole thing panned out. So, and Miguel says the OB era, you checked out in the OB era. I mean, maybe I don't know, man. I can understand the past couple years, but the entire OB era, I don't know, man. There were still some positives. We still had Deshaun. We still had a good team on the field every week, man. So I don't know, but I understand. Look, people have their own feelings about where the team really went wrong and where things really started to take a turn for the worse. So I get it. Yeah. But anyway, the point is good vibes now. We all feel good. Let's reflect on the positive and just bask in the fact that the team looks good right now. I mean, they're 1-2, but besides the record, they're a positive to look at.
Yeah, the draft picks from this year is looking good.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud is looking good. It looked like it was worth trading up for Will Anderson Jr. because a lot of people saying he gave up too much and why would you do that and all this other stuff. That's looking pretty good too.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And a
So,
lot of people don't find quarterbacks that quick, man. I think this city know about that.
yeah.
So you move on from Deshaun Watson, you got to deal with Davis Mills for the next 2 years, and then you could possibly hit on CJ Stroud. So a lot of people don't. A lot of teams ain't that lucky, man.
No, very true, man. Very true. So we'll see what happens in the Steelers game, man. I feel like this is one they can get. But I feel like, look, I think if they win this game, it would cure a lot of PTSD because it always feels like the Texans drop games like this. You know, games they should win against big teams, games where it's kind of an important moment because now we got JJ Watt going into the Ring of Honor. It's coming back. Like they always seem to lose these types of games in history, man. Well, of course, we've had things like the Letterman jacket game and their primetime games against good teams, and they just can't pull it out. So I think if they can win this game against a team they definitely can beat, because the Steelers are kind of ass right now. I think that will go a long way towards resolving some of that football PTSD. So
I agree.
We'll see.
They got a good chance to win too.
Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see how things go on Sunday. Miguel said, this ain't OB Texans Rocket. I have so much faith in D'Amico and CJ. I'm through the roof. Again, man, it's been 3 games. I understand. I'm glad you're feeling good.
Keep that energy, Miguel, man. It's been a long. Hey, man, 2020, 2021, and 2022 was rough.
Look, I feel like Miguel's the type to, if they lose the Steelers game, like, and they get blown out, he's going to be on here next week talk about fire D'Amico. I can't believe we need a new quarterback. So I like Figgy said, keep the energy of how you're feeling right now, man. I want to see you ride it out. Pause.
Hey, yo.
Ride it out is crazy.
Yo, that's crazy.
Now, every time I think that shit's played out, like they always give me with a clip that's funny, man. Who they have on? Somebody he was talking about. Yeah. He was talking about they was talking about how they was gonna use me. I was foaming at the mouth. Like, hey yo,
Paul. Hey yo, man. Yo. I let you slide with the using me.
Foaming at the mouth is crazy. They can kill me with that shit, man.
Yeah, no, they killed me with the load management. Like, I don't know why load management is the buzzword for them.
Dog,
load man. Talk about the NBA load management. Like, it's just like, oh.
I never even thought that could be taken any other way until I heard them, and now that's all I think about.
Yeah,
anytime somebody says load management,
when have you ever heard load management in a sexual way?
It's just they be on some other shit, man.
Yeah, Ken was like, all right, we want to talk about load management. Pause. Yo, that's crazy.
Yeah, man, that's just wild, dog.
May said you put an extra D on it. Extra D is wow, yo.
See, I was honest. Like, I thought they might tone it down a little bit because they got some kind of deal and like they're more major now. I feel like it's only going to take. For some reason, they've been getting a pass.
Yeah,
I see people get canceled for less.
Yeah, and I felt like we had this conversation about the whole pause thing. Mm-hmm. Like they tried to get that out of here. But now it seems like it's picking up steam now.
Yeah.
Like CJ Stroud said it in his press conference. He said pause.
They fined Jokic for saying it, man. Like they're really I'm really surprised that them people have not gone after the podcast. But then again, I feel like it's one of those things. It's like Charles Barkley. You know, everybody knows he talks shit, so nobody cares and nobody comes to cancel him. Same thing with these guys, man. Like everybody knows what, the funniest thing that happened, the morning show with Seth and Sean played a clip from them, the OJ clip.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And Sean had like no idea who they were. But it was the clip where OJ was talking about the Jets and how they just collapsed and it was 9/11 too. It was the game that Aaron Rodgers tore his whatever ACL or whatever the fuck it was. And they said, OJ said, man, New York just has bad luck on 9/11. And Ken and Nate started laughing. And Sean and Seth was like, I want to know who was laughing. And Sean was like, I don't know what this podcast is. I don't know who those guys are. So I'm like, damn. But I'm kind of surprised that people haven't gone after that podcast. But then again, I think
they got OJ Simpson on the podcast
as a regular guest.
That's already enough to cause a little stir, to be honest.
Let's be real about the OJ thing, though, man. I feel like, number one, I feel like his takes are okay. I feel like I actually enjoy his analysis sometimes. Sometimes it's be some very basic Magic Johnson type shit. But I mean, he's entertaining in that way, man.
And also be in the booth, though.
Yeah.
I think he used to be in the booth. Like if this murder never happened, he will be in the booth.
Yeah.
He will be calling a college game, or he will be doing something like that. But don't nobody want to touch him for obvious reasons.
Yeah, but also the crazy thing is, man, I think OJ is still pretty popular with white people too. You know, I don't feel like white people took it as he took one of our own. You know, like let's be honest. If this was somebody like George Zimmerman on fucking Fox News every week, we'd be in a fucking uproar. You know, black people would be on that going crazy. Mm-hmm. But I feel like white people saw he killed his wife and was like, I mean,
yeah,
they didn't take it like it was fucking the beginning of a race war, man. I think some guys were just like, you know, I get it.
Yeah.
So I don't think they took it like we take interracial deaths. I don't know how that sounds, but you know what I mean? Like I still think OJ is like popular with white people, man. There of course there's people who hate him.
Yeah.
But I think Michael Vick is more hated by white people than OJ Simpson. Think about that, man.
Yeah, 100%. I was gonna say just take OJ out of it, put another black athlete there.
Yes.
And Michael Vick will probably be the perfect one because it's a lot of people that don't rock with Mike Vick like that now because of what he did to the dogs. But I don't know what it would, because see, OJ was very popular with the white community anyway. You know what I mean? He was like let's be real, he was like one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so he was I don't want to call him like Wayne Brady or something, but he was kind of one of those who, you know, always hung out with white people. Like he was very charming to white people. And yeah, man, I think people, honestly, I think a lot of people would enjoy OJ if he was like a commentator right now.
Yeah.
I just think these big companies they don't even want to get close.
Of course not, man. And I'm not saying it wouldn't be a problem. People would complain, but I just feel like in general, he's not hated in real life as much as some other people are, man. You know, I feel like if you ask the average white guy on the street what's his opinion about OJ Simpson, it's like, and if he's an older guy, especially who saw him play and was a fan back then, you're like, I don't think they really give a shit.
Yeah, I just think people just so intrigued by him too.
Yeah,
like him doing his little Twitter stuff, the Hey Twitter World stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like people was loving that shit, man.
Yeah.
So I think
now, to be fair, he does get trolled with like murder jokes.
Oh yeah,
that's one thing they'll do to him. They'll make a bunch of jokes about it.
Yeah,
you know, they'll be like, "You're really killing it with these takes, OJ."
Yeah,
you know, that really stabbed me through the heart with what you just said right there. Shit like that. They will joke him to death, and they will always like try to troll him. And if he ever goes on the podcast, like a white guy podcast, they're definitely gonna troll him with that shit. But I don't think they'll be like outraged, you know. So
I don't think so.
But it is what it is.
That's crazy. He's on that podcast or on that show.
Yeah,
Like
no,
as a
it
regular
is.
guest.
What happened to Antonio Brown? Did he ever even show up? I haven't even seen the podcast like that, but I thought he was
on
going to
there.
be.
He was on there one time,
I
man.
figured they announced it like he was going to be there every week and a permanent part of the show.
Yeah.
So I guess that was it. Good, better for the podcast, honestly.
Yeah.
He's gonna start a new podcast with Chandler Jones, I guess, or whatever the fuck is going on with that shit, man. So
By the way, he got arrested today too.
yeah, we're gonna talk about that in a little bit, man. That's on the list of shit. We're already an hour in this podcast and barely even talked about anything. So I'm sorry we got on the OJ tangent, man. Okay, sometimes things happen. Miguel says George Zimmerman wasn't even white. I know, man. We're just talking about the dynamics, and people made it. It was a racial event that happened in America. But anyway, enough of that shit, man. We don't mean to get all political and dark with that shit. We just was shooting the shit about OJ being on the Cameron and Mace podcast. But anyway, moving forward, let's talk about some new. Look, we talked about how we're not a music podcast really anymore. We don't talk about new releases as much because there's nothing a whole lot that we're interested in that's coming out.
Yeah.
We thought a new Drake album will be out by now. Apparently, it's been pushed back or is releasing on October 6th. So this time next week, we'll be breaking down as much as we feel like the new Drake album, probably. But he did release a single. Did you hear it? It's the "Slime You Out" song with SZA.
Yeah. I actually took the time on my busy day to listen to that.
Okay. What were your thoughts on this? I guess the first single from his new album that has a album art drawn by his son. I guess it's supposed to be a dog. I don't know why the dog looks like demonic, but
it's art, man. It's art.
Yeah, it's art. It's just you wouldn't understand. It's the viewpoint of a child. So, how do you feel about this? The new single from For All My Dogs called "Slime You Out."
I ain't. It's not for me, man. Look, man. I never really been a big fan of like the R&B Drake. I like rapper Drake. So this was kind of like an R&B-ish type of song. You can tell it's kind of a toxic R&B song too. And it's not for me, man. I'm kind of curious too, because remember it was supposed to come out on the 22nd, I want to say. And I wonder if this single didn't really do how he thought it was gonna do. And so he pushed the album back a little bit because I don't know. I feel like the song kind of came and went. Like I ain't see nobody talking about that song since then. And that's kind of rare with Drake. And maybe they play it on the radio. I don't know, but it just seemed like that song just kind of came and went. And him doing a song with SZA was a big deal because I think a lot of people wanted to hear Drake and SZA. But to me, I feel like that song wasn't really it, man. I wasn't really a fan of that, and yeah, man, I'm a little worried about the album now because I mean, and Drake always get us with this too, because you'll get the name of the album, so you think like, oh, it's about to be a full rap album, and so the album title I think is for all my dogs or for all the dogs.
Yeah.
You would think that's a rap, like some rapping going on. I would be surprised if this was like a full R&B album, man, with maybe 2 or 3 rap songs. So I'm a little nervous about the album. Wasn't a fan of this "Slime You Out" song. Side note, I thought it was kind of funny how Halle Berry told him no on using her as the art cover.
Mm-hmm.
So he had to switch it up, I guess, last minute. And I think she kind of explained that why she said no or something like that. But I thought that was a little bit interesting too.
Yeah, I don't know. Drake just be trolling, man. I don't think he really thought he could use that art cover. I think it was just something for promo. And I forget why she said she didn't. Maybe because she didn't get paid for it. I don't know. But I I don't know what happened there. That could have been somebody he ran through, and that's one of those petty Drake things where it's like, let me remind you of some shit. So you never know with Drake, man. He's the petty king, I call him.
Yeah,
So
he's very
you never know what really could have transpired and what the meaning behind that is. So I don't know. I don't really care. The song itself, man, I'm with you. I didn't like. Is this really the lead single of the hottest or the biggest rapper of our generation? It's a new album. Like rap, this music, man. I have no defenses left. Like this music, this song could have been a pretty decent album cut, but to be the lead single, like in what context could you even play this song, man?
Yeah,
Really,
I
you
don't
can't
know.
even play it anywhere where people are and get people hyped or feeling it like it's like a straight bedroom cut, man,
Yeah,
or something you just listen to your headphones on a stormy night or some shit, man. We in you
yeah,
feelings talk thinking about a girl. Like, what's the context of even hearing this song in public outside?
yeah. This ain't like
No,
to me. This ain't like an album cut, man.
yeah,
Something that like if it was on this new album and it was just one of the album cuts, the B sides, then I would understand. I wouldn't be like this a whack song or something like that because it's a I guess it got a purpose. You know what I mean? It's not like a single or whatever. But for this to be the one song you release before the album,
yeah,
it's just like, man, that to me, if if it was back in the day and we had to actually go to the store to purchase a physical album, I don't think this song will make me purchase that album. I would be like, nah, I save my $10. I use my 10 on something else.
Speaking of which, this song still went #1 on Billboard.
Did it?
Which, yeah,
I was looking at a tweet. I wasn't sure if it went #1 or if he was because I seen the tweet pretty much saying he's one #1 hit away from tying Michael Jackson, the most #1s in Hot 100 history.
yeah.
I wasn't sure if that song went #1 or not.
Yeah, this is what got him closer. Now he's one hit away. He's only one hit away, like Memphis Bleak. He's one hit away from tying Michael Jackson with the most #1 Billboard hits or the most #1 Billboard songs in history.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, good for him
Yeah,
because
I'm probably maybe I'm not the demographic then. Maybe it is playing everywhere.
look,
It just don't seem like that type of song, man.
there are times where I'm like, maybe I just don't get the sound. Like if an NBA YoungBoy album went #1, I'm not gonna say it's shit. I'm just gonna say it's not for me. But
Yeah.
Drake is my age, man, and I grew up with his music as well.
Yeah,
You know,
you should be the demographic, right?
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. He's not making music for teenagers, man. So I can't even say it's just not for me or my generation or we just don't get it because he is our generation, man. And when this song goes #1, it just makes me not these metrics of Billboard
You
rankings
think it's
don't
Jay-Z?
100%, man. 100%. Like everybody went to go listen to the song because it was a new Drake song with SZA, two very popular artists. That don't really mean they liked it. You know, I'm sure some people did. They kept it on replay. It played on radio stations, but
Yeah.
it's not the same as when fucking Beat It hit, okay? Or when Thriller video came out, when the album came out, when Remember the Time came out, and people actually had to go purchase, Michael Jackson's biggest years were like in the pre-SoundScan era, man.
Yeah.
So it's probably his numbers are probably even bigger than what they were.
Yeah.
And how they basically, it was like an honor system, how they used to count hits back in the day.
Yeah.
So his numbers are likely a lot bigger than what we think they were.
Yeah.
So you can't compare that to somebody hitting play on Spotify for a song that's already on the front page. You open the Spotify app, it says, "Here's a new song by Drake featuring SZA." Everybody who's at least a little bit into hip hop gonna click that out of curiosity.
Yeah. Or
It's
even
not
if
the
you're
same as
not.
going to the store to buy a CD with 2 songs on it because you just had to hear that new Michael Jackson shit you just heard on the radio.
Yeah.
Or a cassette tape or whatever, man. It's not the same. So
yeah. No, I agree with you. I think that's why I like I'm not sitting here saying, this ain't a big deal for him. But I roll my eyes a lot whenever somebody try to bring up numbers whenever comparing like to an older artist. In this case, like a Michael Jackson. Because times was totally different back then where it was way harder to try to support an artist by getting their CD or album or something like that. Right now, like I might not be a Drake fan. Like when if I wasn't a Drake fan at all, and that was the first thing that popped up when I opened my music app, I check it out just to be nosy. Or let's say he was throwing shots at Pusha T. I'm gonna check it out just to hear the shots. You know what I mean? Or somebody that's not even into Drake at all, they hear about us talking about it and they just gonna go check it out. I think we just had Bravo say, "Hey, y'all talking about Drake, it made me about to go listen to Drake now." It was not that easy to support an artist back in the 80s like that.
Yeah.
So I think, it's tough when you sitting there comparing, Michael Jackson numbers to artists like a highly streamed artist like this. I mean, I don't know what they can do if they could they ain't gonna do it because I guess the record is the record, I guess, but like I wish there was a way they could kind of separate it a little bit, do streaming and actual sales. But I don't know, it's just real funny. Like we had these arguments all the time with like in this case with John Lopez and Taylor Swift versus Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I don't want to hear about no AMA awards, man.
Yeah.
Like the labels got them in their pockets, man. Like that's all label play. I don't care about how many AMAs somebody got. And at this point, I don't even care about the Grammys. I don't care about how many Grammys somebody got, man. Like I just feel like if you get the Grammy, cool, but that don't make the artist, better because you got a Grammy. Man, Macklemore got a Grammy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Nas just got his Grammy, 2 years ago, I want to say.
Yeah.
So, I would never hold something like that against an artist and say, no, this artist is better because he have a Grammy. So it's just it's bad now because it's bleeding into the sales/streams. Because that was the go-to at one point, man. You had somebody like Nicki saying, "I went platinum 5 times." Every album went platinum. Now we at a point where it's like, do this even matter, man? You got so many stream farms, and like to me,
they brought back the bundle rule, by the way, now too. They got rid of that. Now they brought it back. Now bundles count towards your sales and shit. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, so it's like, all right, man. Like it's tough to gauge now. But the one thing you could gauge artists on is impact. You could gauge them on like their actual quality of the music. That never gets old.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to the music. You look at their impact. I feel like that stuff would never go away. I think that's how we judge a lot of people, because Nas wasn't like the top selling artist of all time or anything like that. But a lot of people have him high on the list. And, I just think people kind of get lost in the sauce a little bit whenever they say, look at these numbers. Like, look at Taylor Swift number. And I think Taylor Swift she's a top artist.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But I feel like sometimes we get lost in the sauce. Like, oh, she broke this record. And it's just like, all right, that's cool, but like, let's not get too carried away, man, because Bad Bunny, he broke some records too, man, as far as streaming. Like, are we gonna put him in that category too? So it's very interesting whenever people bring up these numbers and stuff, man, and people just fail to look. They just fail to look at like their impact when it's all said and done. How many people can name 5 Taylor Swift songs?
Yeah, music discourse in general is just terrible now, man. And I think partially sports discourse is to blame as well because people got addicted to stats
Look at
and
numbers.
looking at rings and looking at things like that and evaluating a player. And that is seeped into everything now. And now people want to prove their favorite artist is the best because he sold more and has more Billboard hits and whatever. Nobody gives a shit, man.
Yeah.
We see y'all in the comments. Tony Scott said, you saying he lost a step. I mean, I've said for a while, I don't think Drake really has much to rap about anymore that I care about hearing. You know, I think he has circled the block too many times. The Pusha T beef brought something new into, you know, it was interesting to see what he had to say at that point. But now I really don't care. What is he going to say that I haven't heard 15 times before? You know, he has a formula that he's sticking to, and it's gotten tired to me. It would be different if he only dropped like once every 3-4 years, but he's dropping he dropped 2 albums last year, man. He's dropping another this year.
Yeah,
I think it's getting a little played out.
What's crazy is remember it was like 10 years ago when he was in that club of J. Cole, Kendrick.
Yeah.
A$AP. It seemed like all of them, like I'm guessing by choice, some of them by choice for sure, is kind of done with rap a little bit. They just drop whenever they want to. They don't, they drop once every 4 years or something like that. So they're clearly past this whole hip hop thing, trying to be number one and all that stuff, but he's still on the same thing. He's still trying to be number one. He's still consistent. He's still, on a top 100 list. He's still active. And I think, and we talked about this last time, where it's kind of telling you what hip hop is right now, because he's still top dog. And to answer Tony's question, I don't think I would say he kind of lost. He's not the same as he was 10 years ago. I would say his music 10 years ago was probably better because he, younger, he was hungry. But now I just feel like there's nobody close to him that can actually take his spot. So he's not challenged. It's not anybody he kind of fear, and he just kind of doing what he wants. So why would he, what's motivating him? There's no Kendrick Lamar Jr. that's coming up for the number one spot. So I think you don't have to do anything, to be honest.
Sidebar, I wanted to get in more comments that we have because I see y'all have a lot to say as well. But this just got me thinking, man, because I saw a YouTube video that really just put the nail in the coffin of hip hop in general for me, man. It's so the New York Times did a video piece on how basically no rappers write their lyrics anymore, which we all knew.
Yeah.
Basically what they do now is what they call punching in, where they say a line and then play it back, think of another line, and put a whole song together like that.
Yeah.
So basically they're just thinking of melodies, thinking of whatever to say next, and just making songs like that.
Yeah.
And this, you could tell they weren't trying to shit on modern rap because they had like legends. They had Just Blaze talking about it. They had David Banner. They had Doechii talking about it. Some newer rappers as well. But dog, if you see this, it's on YouTube. If you search New York Times punch in rap or whatever, you'll probably find it. The quality of these new niggas when they were doing this method, man, rap is cooked. Okay, rap is done because they were trying to be as nice as as nice as possible. Just Blaze had the nerve to call it an evolution, and he talked about how Jay-Z was the first to do it, even though what he did took more skill because he was basically just memorizing a song, then he spit it.
Yeah, he had
He
a whole
wasn't
song about
just
that. Lyrical
exactly.
exercise.
He would play the beat back until he just thought of something and then he just do it in one take.
Yeah,
These guys are just taking a million takes and
yeah,
just saying whatever. And like I said, watch the video. It's a short video, but it really puts into context this new generation of rap and how
yeah,
it's extremely lazy and the quality is just not there, man. And one of the guys talked about how, and this is something I've seen a lot of younger artists talk about, how, they don't look up to people like a Kendrick or a J. Cole or anything like that. They're not, they say, I ain't no lyrical dude like that. We ain't lyrical dudes like that. You know, people who write, people who think about concepts for songs.
yeah,
That's not cool to the new artists, man.
yeah.
And that's why there's no future in the quality of the mainstream rap that we're going to be getting from now on. Because you think even a Drake, you can say what you want about Drake. If you don't like him, fine. You can't say he doesn't put effort into his music, his bars, and he's very precise and his wordplay is great. Those things are not like nobody is challenging Drake or J. Cole or Kendrick on any of that. They're
Yeah.
not trying to. They think it's corny.
They don't want, yeah, they don't want to.
It's corny to
Yeah.
write songs. It's corny to have concepts. It's corny to be lyrical.
Yeah,
Okay.
they look at people like XXX. They look at people like Juice World as
Yeah.
they look at people like that, and that's the type of music they kind of imitate.
Exactly. It's more about the flow, which
The melody.
anybody can have that flow when you're punching in. Okay.
Yeah,
You can have the Migos flow if you punched in a song and just did it bar by bar by bar by bar. Anybody
mhm,
can rap like that. It's no longer a skill.
yeah,
So just nobody is going to challenge Drake lyrically. Nobody's
yeah,
going to challenge J. Cole. And when they're done, it's just over.
yeah,
Okay. Now there will be lyrical artists, of course, but they
yeah,
will be people you got to Google and really dig to find. They're not
yeah.
going to be like the
It's
mainstream artists
it's
anymore.
it's not a lyrical mainstream artist out there. Like, look, man, I ain't sitting here saying there's no lyrical artist out there.
Yeah, because
You
that's
can,
they always bring up a fucking
yeah,
somebody you never heard of,
yeah.
or when it comes to women, who is that one they always bring up?
Oh man, I forgot her name.
See, I can't remember her
Yes.
name.
Every
Shit.
time you talk about women rap,
Yeah.
they always bring up this art. Who is her name? I know as soon as I search.
I know, right? Fuck, I can't even think. What's somebody? I don't think anybody in chat knows either. I can't even think of her name now, man. What the fuck? It starts with an S, doesn't it? Who cares? Anyway, people always bring up certain artists when people say rap is dead and yeah, of course there's gonna
Rhapsody.
yeah, Rhapsody. That's right. Rhapsody. That's right. Rhapsody. They always bring up. See, I couldn't even remember her name, and I like her music.
Yeah,
I
me
can't think
too.
of her name, man.
Yeah,
But there will always be lyrical artists, but the majority, the ones who are going to dominate the culture, are not that.
yeah.
And it's just what it is now, man. Like certain things that even Lil Wayne, who everybody copies and imitates, his favorite rapper was Jay-Z, man.
Yeah, and
And
you mentioned the punching in stuff, or not the punching in, but the one take not writing your rap type thing. That's where he got that from.
Yep.
Because he don't sit down and write either. And I think he's have that same method as Jay-Z, where he could just kind of sit there, listen to the beat, and then just go right in.
Yeah.
So he got that method too. So I think that's where a lot of I don't think a lot of people took after Jay-Z. A lot of people took after Wayne. We took after Jay-Z. So a lot of people trying to be Wayne and not write. And sometimes you got to sit there and write, man. Look, man, I'm not a good freestyler at all. I would sit there, I can write my ass off. I can sit there and write. Sometimes it take me a week to write. But I have to write, man, to put everything together, man. And it's a lot of people that come from art school of rap that writes. They don't try all that freestyle stuff or just I ain't using no pen and all this other stuff. I just think I just think now they just think it's cooler to just do it like that.
No,
I
it's
don't get it.
easier. You can knock out more songs that way. You can get an album recorded in one night, and people are proud of. They brag about things like that now, man.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I do 50 songs in one night, man. Yeah, of course
Yeah.
you do. Because
Yeah.
number one, they're a minute 30 seconds long, one verse, and the chorus repeats like 5 times.
Mhm.
So of course you can knock out a bunch of music that way. I don't think it's something to be proud of to just have that much quantity of music. You can just easily knock out like it's nothing.
Yeah. And I think the other thing too is like a lot of these people ain't really passionate about it, man.
Nope.
They looking at it as a bag. So that's why, that's why you really don't see a lot of competition either. You see a lot of people just cool with each other and they just, they just want to get a bag. And there's no type of competition of I'm the best in this, can't nobody see me. It's just all trying to get money.
Yeah.
Which I'm not mad at, but I don't know. That's why somebody like Drake is still at the top, and I don't even think he want to be at the top at this point.
Exactly. Like there's nothing, like you said, nothing to motivate him because nobody is trying to take that crown. Nobody, and people give Jay-Z shit for, oh, he was never the biggest rapper in a year. Yeah, that's because everybody was trying to be the best. And it was a highly competitive era that Jay-Z was in. Everybody wanted the crown.
Man. This was the 90s in the NBA, man, where everybody had a team pretty much. Like everybody's trying to challenge somebody. It wasn't like a super team or something like that. Like he was, dude, I salute him even more. Knowing, like, just look at all the people that was hot when he was around.
Yes.
And they weren't like just little lukewarm. They were blazing hot, man. 50 Cent was blazing hot. Nelly was blazing hot. Eminem was. It was a lot of people was blazing hot, and he stuck around, man.
DMX, a whole lot of people that just
Ja
had
Rule,
Ja Rule, even a lot of people.
There was a lot of people that was just blazing hot. On top of going back and forth with Nas.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of people was just blazing hot, man, and he stuck around. He held his own. People could have easily forgot about Jay-Z.
Yeah.
And oh yeah, by the way, he was around when Biggie was around too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I give him credit, man. Like, yeah, he probably ain't have all the #1 hits and all that stuff, but he stayed the course, man.
Exactly, man. And somebody like Drake, like I said, I give credit. Look, if it was easy, everybody would do it. Everybody would go #1 every album and all that. But he's playing on NBA 2K rookie mode at this point, man. Okay. The competition just isn't there. And that's why people like Kendrick feel comfortable taking 7 years off between albums, man, because he knows he can just come back and immediately be one of the best rappers out.
Not only that, man, we sitting around waiting on them.
Yes.
We've been begging for a Kendrick album for 7 years, man, for a long time. Just sitting around waiting for him. If it was other people that was giving him a run for his money, we'd be like, Kendrick who?
Exactly.
Like, oh, I forgot about Kendrick. But it's so bad out here where we begging for Kendrick Lamar, we begging for J. Cole, we begging for begging for Jay-Z pretty much. And it's like, man, these dudes don't want, they know how sweet it is. They could just jump right back in and double dutch.
Exactly. So it's just a different era, man, and it's hard to even compare. Like the NBA, people want to compare eras, you really can't. And it's easy mode right now, man. If y'all want to watch the video is called "Why Rappers Stopped Writing: The Punch-In Method" on YouTube. So check that out. Maybe don't if you don't want to be depressed, but it's a good video. It just kind of shows the people call it the evolution of songwriting and rap, but I disagree. I wouldn't call it that.
Yeah.
Other comments, man. Miguel said, will the Travis Scott album be better than Drake? See,
you want to hear something funny, man? So the other day, my rare time listening to rap music, I went through my playlist and I ran across an old Travis Scott song, and I'm just like, okay. And I said to myself, dang, man, he need to drop an album or something, man. Been a minute. I'm like, oh,
Just
wait a minute.
forgot.
He totally dropped the album, man. I totally forgot about that.
Like
album.
a month ago, man.
I think the last podcast last podcast or a couple podcasts ago, we actually broke the album down. So I totally forgot about that album, man. That album was so forgettable. That's crazy, man. I was sitting there thinking, like, dang, he need to drop some more heat. Like, dang, it's about time for another Travis album, and he totally dropped the album. Wow, man.
Yeah, no, that's just how music is right now, man. It's like everything is easy to forget. I forget that Drake dropped that dance album. The only reason I remember that is because it was so bad and it was so random. But I always forget, like, he really dropped that, man. He dropped 2 albums last year, and one was a dance album.
I actually forgot about that album because I was thinking the last one he dropped was it last one was Certified Lover Boy? Was that
Nah, it was the one with 21 Savage.
Oh yeah, that's
Her
right.
Loss.
That's right. So I
So
forgot about that album.
yeah.
I like that. I thought that album was all right.
I mean, that one had some songs that stuck around, like that Rich Flex kind of became like a whole meme and all that. So that one stuck around. I remember that. But yeah, it's just, I don't know if it's just getting older. You can't keep up with everything that comes out now. But yeah, I don't know. Bravo said, I think Drake himself knows what you're saying, Rocket. I think he was talking about how we're talking about the difference between Michael Jackson sales and Drake sales. And to that, I would agree. My issue is that when he does things to promote himself, he uses those stats. You know, I remember he got some kind of award a few years ago, and he said in his promo video, the only artist that sold more than the Beatles, Elton John, Stevie Wonder, like he was naming music legends, man. And I'm like, you really can't believe in your heart of hearts that you're better than any of these people. Yeah, you sold more, but you cannot. Come on, man. Don't Prince, Stevie Wonder, I don't even like the Beatles like that, but come on, man. You can't seriously think you were bigger than the Beatles, bro.
Yeah. Now, to his defense, if I was in that same boat, I would probably do something similar. I wouldn't I would clean it up and be like, hey, I'm with some legends or something like that. I wouldn't try to promote it like I'm better than them. But I will probably use that to my advantage too. Like, even though it's so flawed, but no, I see what you're saying, man. I wouldn't dare say, wow, I'm in that
conversation, man. Like on the Mount Rushmore of artists, I'm right there next to Stevie Wonder.
I would be nice and be like, hey, man, these guys are so legends. I just don't see myself right there with them, but salute or something.
Yeah. I mean, he did get the Beatles tattooed on him. So, I mean, he has a lot of stuff tattooed on him. A
lot of random.
Weird. Yeah, I know. So, Miguel said, y'all going to live stream the Astros and keep talking, man. Yeah, I'll keep up with the box score.
Hey, man, I'm nervous watching the Astros, man.
Yeah. Tony Scott asked a few questions on Facebook. He says, how do we put integrity back into the culture? That's a long-winded question, man. That's a whole podcast in itself. Yeah. We don't have time to answer that. But the short answer is we can't.
Yeah. It's kind of too far down the line. To me, that's like saying, how do you stop racism? how you totally get rid of racism?
I do find it interesting that we're just now starting to hold people's feet to the fire. I think even Ice Cube has started to come out and say, you know what, music is like this because of NWA. Like, we kind of started the bullshit with in music and gangster rap, even though their intentions were not what it is today.
Yeah.
Like, we're starting to realize, like, if you criticize today's music, the blame is not with today's artist.
Yeah, it didn't start.
The blame goes way back to the late 80s, early 90s, the rise of gangster rap. And now, like I said, that's a whole different conversation. But
yeah,
the blame is not with the kids today, man. The blame in the music and the culture goes further back to shit that we enjoyed and had no problem with at the time. So
Yeah, I definitely think the lyrics and stuff is not the blend. Like, I wouldn't blame the lyrics and the content from today.
yeah.
Now, I would blame the laziness in the writing on possibly today, because I just feel like rappers now are not that passionate about it. And, it's a lot of BS type of songs going on, like, as far as the quality. But as far as lyrics and stuff, I wouldn't dare put that. I can't look at 21 Savage and say, look, what is he talking about? Like, see, that's why crime is up and all this other stuff. It's been going around for a long time, man. I guess it started with NWA, that type of stuff. So I wouldn't put the blame on the younger kids and nothing like that.
Yeah, I mean, they're just doing what they've learned in music and what sells and what's hot.
Yeah.
So it is what it is, man. He also says the industry is killing the art. Parallel to NBA players, no hate amongst one another, just all collectively trying to get a bag and have a voice outside of just sports. Yeah, man, everybody's jumping ship, and even in the NBA, there's no rivalries really anymore. I mean, when somebody does have a problem, they're viewed as corny, like Patrick Beverly having beat. People just think he's corny. When that used to be the norm in the NBA, people just didn't like each other back in the day. And now everybody's called friendly and practices together and all that shit. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
VT says maybe concert totals, the number of tickets sold, should be the new standard of measurement in music. That would be a problem because nobody would go platinum at that point. Nobody except like a Taylor Swift and a Drake.
Yeah, I about to say Taylor Swift, Beyonce, Rihanna.
Yeah, you got platinum selling artists who cancel shows because ticket sales are low. And sidebar, ticket sales are, I know we complain about inflation every week on this podcast when we have the podcast, but ticket sales in particular are fucking ridiculous, man.
It is, man. It is. It's not worth it, man. I was talking about this today on In the Loop, because Lopez went to a Guns N' Roses concert, a rock band, and he was on the floor. He had some good floor seats, and we was like, "How much you pay for?" We was trying to kind of get a gauge of the price for that, and he was just like, "Oh man, I can't tell you how much," but he ended up telling us, and he said it was like $400. And I was just like, that's actually pretty cheap.
Yeah.
For some floor seats right there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, that's actually pretty cheap, because a lot of tickets, like Beyonce concert,
that's nosebleeds for Beyonce.
You up in the Raptors.
You might not get into Taylor Swift.
Yeah, $200. You up in 500C.
Yeah,
600C. So I'm like, I felt like that was a good deal for a legendary group like that at Minute Maid Park.
Mm-hmm.
So that wasn't bad, but no, I agree with you. Inflation, like these concert tickets, like I'm not a big concert person anyway, but I'm not paying no $300 times 2 because I had to bring my wife. That's $600 to be up in the Raptors. Like, nah, I'm good.
To hear a nigga rap over the vocal track.
Yeah.
And like,
yeah,
now do the least amount. First, I'll be late as fuck. Number one, late as fuck. Have a short show because you got to be out by a certain time, and you just $600 down the drain, man. Fuck that, dog. These tickets are too much, man. So no, that would be a terrible metric because nobody can sell out shows because they're all awful and they cost too much.
Yeah, I got to a point where I'm down to go for the local shows, the independent artists, the smaller shows. That way is I could kind of, see a good show, because I feel like they put on really good shows.
Yeah.
But man, I can't do no big concerts no more, man. Like I'm not, or at least not paying for them. That's too much, man. $700, man. that's wild to be up in the can barely see. Like, no, I need some meet and greets if I'm paying $700.
Speaking of which, man, I'm gonna go see Earl Sweatshirt and Alchemist in November. The tickets are like what, $35? You should come through, man.
Oh, what day is this? When is this?
November. Let me look up when the concert is. It's
damn.
It is November 15th at Warehouse Live. It cost me. Now here's the bullshit. Why did the fees cost and taxes cost an extra $10?
Yeah,
I think it was 35, but came out
that's
to
about
45 bucks.
45. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna
Okay.
go see them come through, man.
Yeah, I am. You know, I'm gonna buy some right now.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead, man.
man.
Yeah.
I heard Earl Sweatshirt is not really that good doing shows, but
See,
I
I've
still want
seen.
to see him.
I actually think because I've been looking at his recent live shows, I think they sound better than a recording, honestly.
Mm.
Because I feel like he's more energized when he performs the songs live, but when you hear the recording, it sounds like he's kind of drowsy. You know, I think he does that intentionally, like that kind of MF Doom type flow.
Yeah,
But it sounds more like he's almost about to fall asleep on a record. But when he performs live, he's actually more energetic. Plus, Alchemist's going to be there. I think
yeah.
it's going to be a good show, man.
Okay,
So,
okay. Yeah, I'm gonna
yeah,
go.
come through,
It's
man.
interesting, like those type of shows. You see, like some real hip hop fans too, man.
Yeah,
And it mostly be like
the
like
white guys. I
60% white,
know.
60% white people, man.
Yep.
Where I be like, man, I respect you for going out buying tickets and supporting.
Hey, for sure, man. For sure. Like, look, I hate to say it, but like a lot of like the the best artists got a mostly white fan base, man. You go to see even like a legacy artist like some Wu-Tang members come through, you know.
Mhm.
But it is what it is, man. Like
Yeah,
I wish more of us could go out to those shows, but it
yeah.
is.
They
It is
they
what it is.
support and Bun B. Remember we talked about this before. Bun B said it best, man. The Hispanics they
Yep,
support, man,
they
and
do.
they be all at the shows. Even with little local artists, I went to go see. Dende, I went to see him.
Hmm.
There's a lot of white and Hispanics, man. They just out there and they and they Houston Texans shirt. You
Yeah.
can tell they just out there, man. Just want to see a good show, man. I like that, man. I wish we would be more like that and just
100%, because that's one thing, especially like that's one thing I saw in Austin too. Like other cultures, it's seen as more like it's seen as better to go support a local artist or go support somebody whose music you just fuck with that's underground. You
yeah,
know, for
yeah,
some reason we don't see it that way in
yeah,
general as a culture, man. It's like black people, I'm not gonna say all because of course that's a generalization, but I feel like if I hit up a lot of my black people I talk to and say, hey, you want to go see an Earl Sweatshirt show, they either be like, who, or be like, come on,
yeah,
man. Nah, but if
yeah,
I said, hey, Gucci Mane in town or fucking a
yeah.
little baby coming through, they gonna want to see that shit. So
Yeah, I didn't transition where I want to see the lower tier artists, man,
exactly.
because
It's
it's
a
more
more intimate
intimate.
show. It's
Yeah,
yeah.
you might see them walking in the crowd. To be honest,
Mhm.
like you might see them like setting up their merch, little merch table. You know what I mean? That's how independent and local they are. They,
Yeah.
they might be rolling in the shirts to put them up before they perform. So I just like that type of setting, man. I think it's
That's not gonna get the likes on Instagram when you put the story up. So
yeah,
and that's what people care about now, man.
yeah. I'd rather do that than be in the nosebleeds trying to
Yeah.
scream for Beyonce, man.
Hmm. You
Yeah.
see them girls fight at the Beyonce show in Houston?
Over love on top, man. That was the funny part.
Oh man, you
Love
gotta
on
chill
top,
out,
man.
man.
You got love on top playing in the background, and they sitting there getting it in.
You gotta chill out, man. And they was way far up too, man. I'm like, it wasn't even like they was in the fucking. I know Beyonce shows ain't got no damn mosh pit, but I'm
Yeah.
like, what the fuck? Y'all way too.
It's been a
Y'all
lot
like
of
way
fight
too
at
high.
events too, man. It's been a lot of fights at like games and stuff.
Yeah, dude at the Patriots game died.
Yeah,
So,
that it was I think somebody got stabbed at a Astros game.
mm-hmm.
It- People been wilding out, man.
No, 100%, man. People, that's why I don't even like going to places like that, man. Like in certain areas, I just have no interest in being in like for example, I enjoy Playboy Cardi's music. I would not go to a Playboy Cardi show.
Oh no, 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 no.
You know, I will watch it on YouTube and just vibe out like I'm there. I'm not going to be in that crowd, man.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
even with the reformed Travis Scott, audience. I'm not going to be in that
I
crowd
don't.
either.
Yeah.
Certain crowds, I'm just not going to be in, man.
Yeah. No, I agree.
And in this, even in the football stadium with a bunch of drunk people in like a game like the, in the Boston crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to be there either, man. So
true. They was fighting that NRG.
I did see that video of and somebody said it was people from Texas and Twitter who met up. I don't think that's true.
Nah,
Somebody just said that.
yeah, nah,
But,
I don't think so, man.
it was a Deshaun fan, and Larry and Stafford finally got in with somebody over his takes. Nah, but yeah, I did see that happen at the Texans game, man. That shit was wild.
That was embarrassing, man.
Yeah, it really was, man. But yeah, I don't know. That's why I just gotta. I don't go out as much, but this is a show I actually want to go see and support. So yeah, come out, Figgy. We'll make it a little thing.
Okay.
Troy said he saw Action Bronson House of Blues, maybe 2009 independent show. Sick. Yeah, I like those intimate, like smaller shows, man. It's a better vibe. Like Figgy said, it's just more intimate. It's cool to actually be able to talk to the artist performing and like
be right there
and shit. Yeah,
be right there without being like spending $1,000.
Exactly.
I mean? One of the best concerts I went to was a Schoolboy Q concert, and I forgot where he performed, but I went to his concert, and I was kind of like right there.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh shoot, but I kind of stepped back. I stepped back off to the side because I don't like to be, in a crowded place with people. So I was just kind of off to the side, and I had a good view. And I don't even think the tickets was that much. And he put on a real good show. It was Joey Badass opened up for him.
Yeah.
And then Schoolboy Q. I'm just like, this is perfect, man. This is not the top tier artist, but an artist I like. And it was perfect. So I'm just like, man, I like that type of stuff. I would pick that type of stuff over the Drakes or the Beyoncés or something like that.
Oh, definitely, man.
It's just too much, man. Trying to walk all around NRG to get in and all this other stuff. Like, I want to go right into the doors, make a left or right, and be right there. Like, the stage is right there.
Yeah.
I ain't trying to go all around the concourse and all that stuff.
I'm the same way, man. I went to go see I've seen a bunch of people. I saw Devin the Dude back in like 2013, 2014. And it was a nice, very chill show, man. Just everybody was just vibing. There was a lot of weed, of course, but like it was a very cool, chill show, man. Everybody was just kicked back, and those are the types of shows I like, man. There's certain things I just can't be around no more, but it is what it is. Everybody got their own. I guess some people got it on the bucket list to see Beyonce at least once before they die. So I get that, but
I get that.
You can miss me with all that personally. Well, we're 2 hours in this podcast and I ain't even got the topics yet.
I know.
So this might be a marathon podcast. We might go until 8 a.m.
Yeah, real quick before we jump off of music, man. I checked out the Nas album. I think it's Magic.
Oh, Magic 3. Was it good?
I think it was really good, man. I think this was I would probably put this either 2 or 3 out of all the series he had.
Okay.
So 2 or 3 with King's Disease and all that stuff included. It was a really good. I really enjoyed this album, man. It kind of gave me a little hope for hip hop a little bit. But it was really good. He got a song with Lil Wayne, and Lil Wayne went off on this song too.
Okay.
I enjoyed this album. Like, it's a really good listen. Check it out.
Yeah, I've been meaning to. It came out a few weeks ago, and I've been meaning. It's one of those things I've just been meaning to get around to. There's a few albums. I know Mike and Alchemist have a new album out that I got to listen to. Earl Sweatshirt and Vince Staples got a new song out, produced by The Alchemist. I
actually heard that song.
Yeah, that's a good song, man.
Yeah. No, that's a real good song.
Yeah, he's gonna officially put that album. It came out like on some kind of bullshit website, but he's gonna officially put it out on streaming on October 6th, and it's gonna have some more songs too, I think. So yeah, looking forward to it, man. See, of course, I'm not saying hip hop is dead. Of course, there's still good music out, but just the mainstream shit is just more ass than it's ever been in general.
Yeah.
But what can you do? What can you do?
Yeah. Look, real quick, last one. Lil Yachty and J. Cole got a song. A lot of people been raving about J. Cole verse. I thought it was a good verse. I feel like I realized, man, I feel like I've been way too critical, J. Cole. I think I just been super critical because of his fans. I feel like his fans act like he was just the best thing since sliced bread, and the stuff he be saying is just, oh my God. And to be honest, I feel like it's a little basic. But to me, like I had to come into Jesus moment, man. I felt like it's nothing wrong with being a little basic. Sometimes you don't have to be lyrical miracle, man. And with this verse, I felt like J. Cole was super smooth with this verse. The beat was cool, and like his punchlines ain't nothing where it's not like Lil Wayne punchlines where you'd be like, oh my God, how did he even come up with that? Like, wow. Like I finally understood that punchline after 10 years. But I feel like J. Cole, I feel like I've been a little too critical of J. Cole, man. I just gotta understand that it's okay with being basic at times. I just disagree. Sometimes I just get irritated with his fans where they act like it's like him. But it's nothing wrong with being, basic with the punchlines. To me, as long as you sound good, man. As long as you sound good, you smooth, I'm good with that. But I say that to say this verse was really good, man. I enjoyed this verse.
Look, I have to say it. This goes back to the Texans homeless man eating a sandwich analogy.
Rap is so bad where I appreciate J. Cole.
Yes, because I feel the same way, man. Like I felt the same way when I heard him on that who was it? The Griselda dude,
Benny the Butcher.
Benny the Butcher, yeah, Benny the Butcher's song when J. Cole had a verse, and I've never been a huge J. Cole fan. When I heard that song, I'm like, maybe I've been too hard on J. Cole, man. But really, it's just certain things we take for granted or took for granted 10 years ago in rap are more rare.
Yeah.
Now we look at somebody who has a verse about something. Now we look at somebody who actually their bars are connected and they make sense when you put them together.
Yeah.
You have somebody who has a punchline you got to think about for 2 seconds. Then like, oh, okay. That's rare now, man. It's rare to really understand what a rapper is saying. Let's be real, man. So when we hear somebody like a J. Cole or somebody like a Nas, who I've never been the biggest Nas fan, you hear Nas now, you're like, man, maybe he is the GOAT.
Yeah.
Maybe J. Cole is one of the best rappers ever, but it's just because we've been so starved for that type of lyricism in the mainstream.
Yeah, it's funny too, because J. Cole, he had a line in this verse. He said, I got when I got my first milli, felt like Bangladesh. I think like, oh my God, like you made a milli, oh my God. I was just like, he's killing it.
See?
And then he was saying like in the studio, Breaking Bad, like I'm cooking meth or something like that. I'm just like, oh my God, he killing it.
In 2003, we would be like, okay, that really ain't nothing special. But now, 2013, maybe up to like 2016.
Yeah, man. Look, I would say
that's really not all that special.
Hey, I would take a line, leave you dead in the living room around this time, man.
Yeah. I'm fly like loose leaf. Maybe that wasn't that bad, man. Maybe that era of Wayne wasn't that bad after all.
Take your top off, toupee.
Yeah. Now I can't hear one more shooters like Steph line. I can't hear one more I'm geeked up out my mind line. I can't hear this goofy shit that every rapper says anymore, man. Yeah. At least there was creativity and individuality back then. So I don't know. It is what it is. But yeah, man, I'm listening to that. I haven't heard it yet, but I've heard good things. I'm gonna check that out this weekend for sure. So yeah, there is good music out. We still talk about hip hop from time to time, man. There's been some good stuff coming out. Of course, next week we'll talk about the Drake album, just because we have to. But anyway, moving on to topics, man. And we got to try to. I know we can't speed run all this shit because there's a lot to talk about. So we got to cherry pick what are we going to tackle first? I guess the things that are most recent, and then just work our way down.
Yeah.
I guess we can talk about this arrest in the murder case of Tupac Shakur. Like almost 30 years after the fact, Keefe D has been arrested by the Las Vegas Police Department. I believe a search was conducted on his house. I want to say the last time we had a podcast, we talked about it, or one of the last times we had a podcast. And my take is kind of the same thing now as it was back then, where I feel like it's just the pressure of these podcasts that are coming up and investigating the murder and wondering why nobody's been arrested yet.
Yeah, I agree. That's 100% my take too, man. I feel like all these podcasts, documentaries, and it just, to me, it just makes the police department look so bad that a high profile artist like this was killed on a Vegas strip and nobody was arrested. Nobody got caught. Like nothing. And in this day and age, we see low tier rappers get killed and their killers are caught, man. They caught them. So it's like, how is one of the biggest hip hop artists murdered in Vegas and not broad daylight, but on
after a Tyson fight on a crowded New York strip.
Yeah, Vegas.
Not just that, we know who killed him.
Yeah, yeah. So that's I feel like they, try to bring some type of justice because you ain't. I think they know the guy is dead. The guy that killed Tupac is dead. But if they could bring somebody who I guess brung him the gun or something, I guess that's a little bit of justice. I guess it make you seem like, hey, we didn't forget about this or something like that.
Yeah,
that was embarrassing, man.
It is.
Went on that long like that.
So the guy who's been arrested was allegedly the driver of the car where I believe his nephew is Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, who was the guy who got jumped by Tupac that night and his crew and came back and shot and killed Tupac.
Yeah.
Now Keefe D,
he did that shit. Guilty as fuck.
He's guilty as fuck, literally, because apparently he made a statement to the police under like the protection of immunity, which means that anything he said he could not be prosecuted for. The issue is he's done like an entire media tour after the fact where he admitted he was in the car where they let off shots at Tupac and killed him. He didn't say he had the gun. He didn't say he shot. He didn't even say who shot. He just said he was in the car, which makes you an accessory.
Yeah.
And he wrote a memoir about it. He did podcasts. He did like 2 Vlad TV 2-hour interviews about it. And he's been kind of on a media tour bragging about the fact that he was there. And apparently they found like a bunch of Tupac memorabilia and stuff in the shit too. So yeah, they can't use his statement with the police that he made, but they can use all the stuff he's done, this clout chase and shit he's done over the years. And everybody's been wondering why he can just freely admit this stuff and the DA doesn't do anything. There's no statute of limitations on murder.
Yeah.
So it's not like there's a point where he can just be free of it.
Yeah.
So I guess they finally got off their ass and did something about it. And now this guy's being arrested. So I don't know, man. I feel like it's just something that they were forced to do.
Yeah.
At this point.
Like I said, him doing that on top of the different podcasts and documentaries and stuff like that, it just made the department look so bad, man. And I think what kind of helped them get off their ass was him doing the interviews and stuff. So they're like, all right, let's, he making us look, we looking real bad right now. So let's go get him. Let's try to see what we can do. I guess.
Wrap it up then.
We got to wrap this up though.
Yeah. Other things that happened, I think that's all we had to say about that. Today, Chandler Jones was arrested in again Las
In
Vegas.
Vegas, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of shit happening in Vegas today, man. Somebody joked and said he killed Tupac, but so apparently he violated a protective custody or protection order. I guess he was involved in some kind of domestic violence incident, and he had some kind of protection order against him, and he broke it because I guess he was close or whatever. But that's not the big headline about him recently. He is kind of gone on a tear. He's been on social media going down the Antonio Brown route. It seems like he basically got on Instagram Live and said that his coach, the Raiders coach, Josh McDaniels, had Aaron Hernandez killed in a park and not in prison. So I don't know how logistically that would have worked. But
yeah, I don't know what he's on, but he's on something.
So like it was very disturbing because he like at one point just started breaking down and crying, and he cut the live off. But then he got on Twitter and said it again and said, "Look at my IG for details." And he kind of just went on a rant about a lot of things. And yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with him, man. It's
not
one
looking
of those,
good, man.
Yeah. It seems like he's just having like a bipolar episode or something. But now I don't want to really focus on that part, but it's just I didn't realize that quite a few NFL players seem to be in on this theory about Aaron Hernandez, though. Not the fact that he was killed by Josh McDaniels, but a lot of them seem to not believe the story that he killed himself in prison.
Yeah, I heard that a lot too, man. I heard that a lot. That that was the one conspiracy I always heard, that he wasn't even suicidal. And because the story we always heard was he killed himself, and I guess that was gonna help his kids or something like that, as far I guess money wise or something. That was the story I always heard. But I also heard how people say he wasn't even suicidal. And I guess the last time he talked to somebody or wrote somebody, he wasn't even talking like that. He was just fine. And they felt like somebody had him killed in jail or something like that.
The NFL, man, they didn't want the truth to be out. I guess he had dirt on Bill Belichick, man. They had to knock him off. DT says he stole stuff from his GF's house and set her stuff on fire. His video is insane. He also said Raiders coaches molested his niece. I didn't see that. That's crazy.
Man.
So yeah, like I said, I don't want to comment on somebody who's having a mental episode. I just think it was more interesting the fact that a lot of people in the league or who played in the league or were friends with him seem to just think there's a conspiracy theory involved with Aaron Hernandez, man. And I did listen to a podcast a while back that like dug into the whole thing. And there's a lot of stuff in it that people just don't believe is true. Allegedly he was gay, and they like one of his notes, his suicide notes was like a letter to one of his boyfriends or his boyfriend at the time. Stuff like that, that people think that was pinned on him and wasn't true. And look, I'm a conspiracy guy, so I want to hear all takes on it. I want to hear the conspiracy route of what really happened to Aaron Hernandez and why, but I don't know, man. This could easily be one of those things where you don't think you don't know somebody as well as you think you do.
Yeah.
And he was facing a life sentence in prison. His life was over. Even if he talked to you and he was well up the day before, you know how mental.
You never know, man.
Especially when you have CTE and all these mental issues. You never know what could happen. So I don't know. I just thought it was interesting that there was a podcast and people were actually talking about the conspiracy theories about him.
Yeah.
I Am Athlete with Brandon Marshall and Ocho Cinco and all them.
Yeah. Did you this is kind of related to that too. Did you hear about Bill Belichick, I guess him and his girlfriend is going through a messy breakup or something?
I didn't. Really?
Yeah, so Bill Belichick and his longtime girlfriend or whatever, I guess they was going through a messy breakup, and there was reports saying that they were nervous about what she could expose of Bill Belichick. So like our minds kind of went to like, oh, what if it's some type of sex tape or something like that?
Yeah.
But other people were saying how maybe she know what happened as far as like, what the Patriots be doing or how they treat people or cheating, or it could be some type of dirt that they don't want to get out there. So that, I mean, that could be anything, to be honest, man.
Yeah.
Like it could be, I mean, like it could be allegedly something, maybe something racial or how they treat their players, or it could be anything, man. So I don't know. I just thought that was kind of interesting too, how they were kind of worried that, some stuff would kind of go out of control because of the breakup and what she could expose.
Well, we got to see if anything happens to her. And I forgot to bring this up too. Apparently, Josh McDaniels was a potential witness in the Aaron Hernandez case. Like he was on a list of people who could be brought up to be questioned during the trial.
Damn.
And that's supposedly that's where these conspiracy theories came from, I think. Which I think is a long reach.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure a lot of people were on that list.
I mean, if you was coaching them, you will probably be a witness regardless, right?
Yeah, exact character
Because he was
witness or
around.
something. Of course, it doesn't mean that people saw a witness and probably thought that he saw something or knew
Yeah,
something. I don't
no.
know.
A witness it could be simple as how was he in practice?
Yeah,
Or what was his attitude like, or something like that. Did he seem to be acting weird after the night he killed somebody or something like that? That could be anything.
exactly. So yeah, apparently that's where some of these conspiracy theories took root. And yeah, with Bill Belichick, like, come on, man. Maybe he's into some freaky shit, which unless this was illegal, nobody would care. But do people really think that he sat around and talked about football with his girlfriend?
Yeah.
You really think he talked about, well, we were actually spying on these teams and he don't even want to talk football with the media after a game. You
Yeah.
think he went home, his sanctuary, and talked about football with his wife or girlfriend, whoever the fuck she is?
Yeah.
Come on, man. You ain't gonna learn nothing about the game of the Patriots' way of coaching from her.
Yeah.
Okay. I doubt they ever talked about that shit, man. So people
Yeah.
gotta chill with all that.
I'm just curious of why they felt like it could be something exposed, and people, I guess the Patriots was a little worried about this breakup. Like I just felt like that was kind of random, but yeah,
It's
I
a
don't know, man.
conspiracy. Look, I think maybe he will be exposed and be forced to maybe there's an allegation coming.
Yeah, if he retired after this year, then there was something.
Look, they need Bill Belichick out of there, man, because I feel like he's been exposed without Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think it's time to move on. But how do you sell that to the audience? How do you sell that to the crowd? This is one of the greatest coaches in the history of football.
Yeah.
How do you sell his departure? Maybe a scandal. This is where the conspiracy theories come from, man. I'm telling you, I'm gonna cook one up myself. Okay. Bill Belichick was trying to buy NBC. He was trying to buy the team. Okay. And Robert Kraft didn't like that. So maybe they're cooking something up. If there's an allegation coming, we know where it came from. It came from the higher ups.
Yep.
So maybe he knows something about Robert Kraft that the woman can expose. Maybe they could talk about that. Maybe maybe some freaky shit that Robert Kraft was into. They talked about. I don't know.
Yeah, man, the Patriots got to be the slimiest organization, man.
Yeah,
I would love to just be a fly on the wall, or just kind of get inside to see what been going on there, like just all the random stuff, man. They got to be. I can't even imagine all the drama and grimy stuff that was going on with them, man.
It's really crazy to me that the Astros have been ridden harder for their cheating than the Patriots, and the Patriots got caught twice.
Yes,
They were in 2 cheating scandals in 2 separate seasons.
Yes, and there's
And
always something weird going on,
yeah,
like the headsets, the communication thing wasn't working at the stadium, so it was hard to get the plays in, and it's always something weird going on with them, man.
but people just accept it because it's the Patriots.
Yeah,
With the Astros, it really gotta like people are never gonna let that go, man. With the Astros,
never.
never. But the Patriots, I feel like we kind of, I mean, there was always jokes about it. People called them cheaters for a long time, but it wasn't this bad
It
as
wasn't like
with
this.
the Astros.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just forgetting. Maybe it was as bad and I just forgot, but I don't remember it being this bad.
Yeah, you had
People
like
just kind of accepted that the fact that, that's what they do.
yeah, you had
They
videotape.
win at all costs.
Yeah, video. They was getting the videos from other
Yep.
teams and all this other stuff, Spygate, and then Deflategate. Yeah, all type of random stuff, man.
Man, you remember when I think it was Ocho Cinco that did it. He was playing against the Patriots. He scored a touchdown, and he was like doing the camera in the fucking in his little touchdown celebration, man.
Yeah.
Like it was wild, man. It was wild that we just knew they were doing this and it didn't seem as bad or people didn't get as mad as they are with the Astros right now.
Yeah, and look, it was crazy too because especially with like I think it was Deflategate where Tom Brady actually got suspended for the first 4 games.
Yeah.
And it was like a destroyed cell phone, and
Mhm.
he would give up the cell phone and the
Yep.
records and all this other stuff. I was just like, man, this is what they fired the ball boy. That was crazy, man. That was just crazy. They just
Yep.
walked right past that, man. It ain't tarnished none of them championships either.
No, nobody said that
There's
was
no
the
asterisk.
year.
Yeah, that ain't no
Even the
asterisk
fucking
there.
tuck rule. Nobody holds that against the Patriots like that, man. People
Yes.
just think that's one of the fucked up moments, but nobody says the championship is invalid because of that.
Nobody said
That was super shady, man.
Yeah,
Come
and
on.
we don't even know what year that was. We just like let it rock.
Shit, man. I want to say 2001 because that was like the year they had to win.
Was that the first?
9/11.
I think that was their first. Was that the first year? Or I can't remember, but
Maybe or maybe
Yeah,
the first or second. I can't
no,
remember.
you know what? 2001 was the first year they
Yeah.
actually won it. And Tom Brady wasn't even a full-time starter during that time.
Yeah,
That was
and
his
the
first
tuck rule that was 2001 AFC divisional playoff
That was
game.
against
So
the
yeah,
Raiders.
that was one that was the year they had to win it because that was after 9/11.
Oh,
So that's my conspiracy. Okay, the Patriots had to win that year.
damn.
So yeah, but it's just crazy how there's like you said, there's always something with them. And we just accept it because that's how they are. But the Astros, it will never live that shit down. Even players that had nothing to do with it got to wear that. It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of players just going out their mind and losing it, Kevin Porter Jr. was arrested last week, I believe, or was it a couple weeks ago now? I feel like it's been a while.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, we never talked about this on the podcast. Of course, we didn't have a podcast that week, but KPJ was arrested for a domestic violence case or domestic abuse. He's dating a former WNBA player. So this is like the nightmare scenario for a fucking NBA player for the league, honestly.
Yeah.
So the Rockets are in the process of trying to trade him. It would be some kind of sign and trade and waive and whatever the fuck. He's not going to play basketball again, you would think, this season at the very least, if ever.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, somebody who we knew was volatile, but the coaching staff seemed to trust. They gave him a deal. Now it had like a thug clause in it. I feel like they knew something like this might happen because I think only 1 year was guaranteed. And it's the contract that's structured that they just kind of offloaded and not have a lot of blowback from it. But yeah, man, kind of a crazy story. Even with his troubles, I didn't think he was this kind of person. And I don't know all the details, of course. So you got to withhold some judgment, but I don't know, man. It's not looking good. What do you think about this whole story, man?
Yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking good on the GM who brung him in my opinion. Because he was look, man, this ain't his first rodeo. He was going through a lot of stuff at USC, which nobody know what he was really going through. It was like, I guess apparently it was so bad that like don't nobody know why he got kicked out of USC.
Mm-hmm.
And like apparently I don't know what he was into, but he got kicked out. He got drafted by the Cavs. Actually, I want to say he dropped down a lot. So like people thought he was gonna be a lottery pick, but he ended up getting picked like 25th, 26th, somewhere around there. He had some issues in Cleveland, man, some blow-ups with the GM and all that stuff. And they was about to release him, so the Rockets end up trading for him. It wasn't a lot. It was something that don't even matter, to be honest. But it seemed like the Rockets, and this was my issue from the beginning, man. It seemed like the Rockets just brought him in like he wasn't really going through anything. Like he wasn't a trouble player at all. And they pretty much gave him the keys to the franchise. And I felt like that was a big mistake, man. And you know, the time he was here, I guess it was okay a little bit. But he got in trouble a couple times, man. He got into a fight or something like that in Miami at one point, and people, you know, I'm using people loosely, but people, everybody kind of brushed it off. And then I think the next time he actually walked out of a game. He left a game, and to me, that was a no-no, man. And I felt like he really wasn't disciplined for that, like that. So clearly, man, he got a long rap sheet. I did not see this coming. Him, you know, assaulting his girlfriend. So it's rough. This is not a good look, like you said earlier, man. The last thing the NBA want is a NBA player assaulting, and you actually see the pictures. You know, how she look and all that stuff to a former WNBA player who was just in the league, I want to say last year.
Yeah.
Like, so she was very young, very beautiful girl too, by the way.
HRW says in the chat, what's up, HRW? Said that her name is Kirs. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Kirs Gunrizik.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's very beautiful, which is again another nightmare scenario, man. She's black, former WNBA player, very pretty, and was beat by a black man.
Yeah,
in the NBA. So yeah, that's like the nightmare scenario for the league, man.
Yeah, so I just that wasn't a good look at all, and I feel like my guess would be he probably won't play in the NBA ever again.
Yeah,
hell, he might have to serve some time, man. Because this is actually a case. This is not like a civil case with Deshaun Watson or anything where he's not being criminally charged. Kevin Porter Jr. was actually arrested. So the charges are there, man. So I'll be interested to see how that goes and how the Rockets handle this, man, because I honestly thought it was poor taste of trying to trade them away, because I feel like something like this, man, you just got to take it on the chin, man. I thought the Deshaun stuff was kind of fine because he wasn't charged criminally. I know it was nasty taste. I mean, it was you know, what Deshaun did was kind of bad, but you know, he was going to play again. Like, he wasn't charged criminally, so he was going to play again. But I think with this being like a criminal charge, man, he probably ain't gonna be in the NBA ever again. So I think it's kind of poor taste of them trying to get something for him. And well, I don't even know if they trying to get. I think it's more trying to get out of that contract. I think they trying to do something funky with the contract. But I think something like that, man. I think you just gotta take the hit, man. It's at this point, it's about morals, man. Like, you can't be. I think it's a little bit insensitive trying to think about money.
Yeah, of course.
Cap stuff in this time, man. I think you just gotta let them go. But I also think it's gonna be a little tricky too, because what team is gonna trade for that, man? I think even if the team trade to release him, I still kind of think that's a little poor taste too, man.
Mhm.
Unless you getting like a first round pick or something attached to him, I still think that's kind of poor taste. So I'm kind of interested to see what the Rockets gonna do, man. Like I said earlier, this looked bad on Raphael Stone because you pretty much brung him in and he was like your child. You pretty much treated him like your child, man. And I don't think he was worth treating like that. So it looked real bad. I feel so bad for the girl, man. I hope everything is okay. But that's an ugly situation, man. And it just looked bad all around, man. Because this dude got a rap sheet. It's not like this came out of nowhere where you did not expect him to do this.
Mhm.
It's a long rap sheet where you like, man, like why did you even bring this guy in the first place? So I don't know, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. HRW said it too. He said everything has gone dark, no police info, no team info. Yeah, I mean, look, the NBA moves like the mafia when things like this are concerned, man. You got to remember the whole thing with Josh Primo, how he was the dude for the Spurs who was one of their high draft picks and was released. He just got, I think he's going to join the Clippers.
Yeah, he just
Yeah,
got
he
tired, yeah.
apparently like it was exposing himself to up to 10 women. And they just dropped him and immediately took all his jerseys off, and nobody knew what the fuck was going on because some of the women were about to come forward, I guess.
Yeah,
So I
it was
think he's
kind of
been
like the Sean thing.
exactly. I think he got suspended 4 games, which is pretty light. So I guess maybe it wasn't as bad as they thought it was. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know what's going on here, man. I did see her lawyer made a statement saying some things that are being reported are inaccurate. And I don't know, I don't know. I don't know what happened, but like you said, it looks bad.
Yeah,
The
when the cop,
NBA is just not going to tolerate things like this, of course. So
yeah, when the DA and all that stuff get involved, man,
yeah,
it's not a good look. And that's why, to kind of bring it back to the Deshaun stuff, that's why it was so important to see if he's going to be criminally charged with anything.
yeah,
And when that didn't happen, when they say no, is no evidence to, not enough to charge him criminally, that's when people start lining up like, hey, how much you want for him? How much you want for him? Because they wasn't getting calls like that before. We was trying to see what was going to happen. And once that, DA office say we ain't got enough to charge him, and teams was like, all right, bet. What's up? I think this is a different situation, man. Like when he got a mug shot, man. They show him getting in the back of the police car. That's like, I just don't see that type of stuff. Is that type of player getting back in the NBA playing? He was good. He wasn't that damn good, man.
yeah.
So I don't think it's worth it, man.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because on one hand, I'm like, it really sucks to see somebody who you're rooting for. You knew he had problems, but you were hoping he was getting better. You're happy that people just don't give up on people sometimes. It's kind of like you see somebody help out somebody who's in need, but then he goes and does something stupid and gets fucked up. That's basically what this felt like, man, where it's like you want to believe people can change and do better. And we knew he had erratic behavior even on the court, man. He was walking out in the middle of games and shit and just had a bad temper. But you were hoping he could change. But now you're thinking, why would we give somebody like this kind of money and this kind of status in the league to begin with?
They gave him a starting job, man.
Yeah.
Like
why? What did he do to be rewarded to this degree, considering how he behaved? And now you're starting to wonder. Before, where it seemed like a feel-good story about somebody who could change, now it's like, why do we think he could change to this degree? Why do we reward him with this?
Mm-hmm.
And like Miguel said, Stone got to go. That seems to be the sentiment now, man. Maybe Raphael Stone got to pay for this and other decisions he's made. So I don't know, but
it's not a good look, man.
It really isn't. It really isn't. So we'll see what happens, man. I wonder if it'll be like a Ray Rice type thing where they do a group interview and I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on, but I don't think it's salvageable with the NBA. being how they promote WNBA and how they stand up for they're like the progressive league, man. Okay,
Yeah.
so they can't tolerate. They're not the NFL. The NFL,
NFL could get away with bringing
yeah,
somebody back like that.
yeah.
Hell, yeah, you see, they got away with Deshaun Watson coming back, man.
Exactly. The NFL, if you got the talent, they're gonna let you play.
Yeah,
The NBA is different, man.
Yeah.
Look how long Ja Morant got suspended for, and what he did was not nearly as bad. So,
yeah.
I highly doubt he plays in the NBA again, but who knows?
Yeah, so I'm curious too. I know it's some type of video, not it's some type of video out there too that's probably not released.
Yeah.
If that ever get released, then it's definitely over, man. Especially if it looked really bad too, it's definitely over.
Yeah, but I also feel like the NBA would kill that video too, man.
Yeah,
like I said, I think they're like the mafia, man. They were like this in the Adam Silver years too, man. Remember that whole thing with the crooked ref Tim Donaghy?
Yeah.
And yeah, that dude, they just acted like he was just a lone wolf, the only ref who ever bet on games, and it was all just him. And yeah, he was just the one guy who was doing it. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, the NBA probably bought that video, man. They were like, "Hey, we'll pay you millions of dollars for this video, and we will burn this shit, so we'll never see this again."
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, man. So yeah, they're like the mafia with that shit. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, of course, KPJ's days in Houston are over now. So it is what it is. So unfortunate situation all around, of course. Other things that have happened. We gotta talk about Black America's team now. Okay. We gotta talk about Deion Sanders in Colorado.
We gotta talk about this bull junk.
Look, I saw Skip let off a tweet that he was asking me, I guess, for a segment on Undisputed. Speaking of which, we ain't talked about this yet. So we'll transition into both. But how do you feel about since it's been a few weeks now, the new Undisputed and the new First Take featuring Shannon Sharp, where Undisputed now features Richard Sherman, of course, Keyshawn Johnson and Michael Irvin. And I saw they were at Colorado today. And then Michael Irvin got really emotional talking with Deion. It was a good little moment. Nice little wholesome moment between two black men. But how do you feel about the new look First Take and Undisputed?
I ain't gonna lie, man. The Undisputed, the new look, I think it's a good look, man. It's not bad. I was kind of critical of it a little bit, thinking it was gonna be too much and all this other stuff. I don't think it's that bad, man. I think it's actually all right. As far as First Take, man, I think I'm just so out on First Take now, man. I don't know what it is. Maybe because I feel like they doing a little too much, because it's kind of like Monday is so I'm working the show when First Take is on, so I don't get to see it like watching live, but it be on in the studio, and it seemed like every time I look up, man, I see Bart Scott on. I see Dan Orlowski, and it just, I don't know. It's just like I don't care to hear for these guys, man. Like I don't want to hear from them. And I know, and we'll talk about this in a little bit. Stephen A with Joe Budden, and he said a couple stuff, but after hearing Stephen A explain, how he get his guests on, and the certain guests, I kind of respect it, because he kind of looking out for the black folks, and kind of giving them a platform and stuff like that. But to me, I used to always watch First Take to see Stephen A and Skip, how they go back and forth, and it's just them two, and then maybe they'd bring a guest on type deal. And then eventually it was Max Kellerman, how they brought those two. It was, Stephen A versus Max. Hell, I like Stephen A versus Will Kane at one point, because they get heated and all that stuff. It was kind of like you sitting at a desk and it's a debate. Like, all right, let's go debate. And then they kind of go at, I like that format, but it seemed like it's not that format now, man. It's pretty much like a sports center, and you just bringing guests on from all over the world. And to me, it just seemed like it's not really debate show anymore, man. It's too gimmicky, and I don't know. It seemed like it's just all for show at this point. Now, I think Stephen A. actually brung up the numbers randomly, talking about he did better and all this other stuff than Undisputed, but I'm just not feeling it like that no more. I feel like Undisputed is more of a debate show. They still kind of got the debate energy in that show rather than Stephen A. Let's look at the A list of top players or top teams in the NFL or something like. It just seemed too gimmicky to me, man. It seemed like it's a lot going on. So I'm not really a first take guy anymore. If I had to pick, I would probably deal with Undisputed to me.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, Undisputed has more of like a barbershop type vibe now, man. That's been kind of missing lately. And sometimes it's too much. Sometimes you might not be in the mood for that. But I'll always find myself like checking clips of what did Michael Irvin have to say about the Cowboys? What kind of bullshit was Keyshawn on today? What was Richard Sherman good? Like, it's more entertaining, man. With Stephen A. Smith and what First Take is, it feels like a very Disneyfied sports show, man. Like, it feels like they're filling quotas with the people they bring on. They have to have, look, I'm all for women in sports talk, man, but they have Molly, they have the bald-headed woman, then they have Dan Orlovsky, then they have like Kendrick Perkins and Steve or whoever. And it feels like I'm looking at like the United Nations meeting or some shit, like the cast of a Marvel movie or something, man. It don't feel organic. I don't feel like these people would talk outside of work. They even though Stephen A. tries to be friendly with everybody, is not the same as when he was with Skip. Is not the same as even Max. They have a kind of dynamic, I guess, where these guys, it's like Stephen A. Smith goes out of his way to be more friendly as well. I've noticed, especially with Shannon Sharp. He's always kind of like riding his nuts a little bit, talking about how great he is as a player. Because I'm sure he knows that he was upset by the disrespect that Skip kind of threw his way toward the end. Yeah. But I'm just not really for it, man. I don't really watch First Take much anymore, at least the clips anymore. I thought the most entertaining person he had on regularly was Michael Irvin, and he's not there anymore. So
yeah,
I have no reason to watch during football season, man. I might check back during basketball season because JJ Redick is pretty good on the show at times. But for football season, I can't watch First Take, man. I'm sorry. Yeah. And Mad Wine Kenneth brought it up as well. Mad Dog on the show is just forced.
Yeah.
It's forced, man.
Yeah, I think he's just a knockoff version of and this is no disrespect, but
yeah,
trying to be like that Skip Bayless type of person.
And I know Mad Dog, because people always bring it up. Mad Dog was the first to do it.
Yeah.
But he's also like, it just seems like he's just going through the motions at this point, man. Like he just says shit that he knows is going to rile people up. But I don't think he even believes it at this point.
Yeah, it's like I would respect it more if it was like that old format of him versus Skip, not Skip, him versus Stephen A. And just kind of like them back and forth and going at it. But I feel like they don't even go at it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, Stephen A. cool with everybody now. So it's just like, all right, what Mad Dog mad about? You just let him go ramble on some crazy stuff, and then it's just like, well, yep, that's Mad Dog.
And his takes are so like Matt Weinkimmel says it in the comments as well. She said his takes are so bad. At least Skip has some good ones. Mad Dog's takes are shit like Bob Cousy is better than LeBron James.
Yeah,
and that's some shit you can't even take seriously, man. At least with Skip, he'll say some off the wall shit, but you have to respect it in a way because he can actually back it up and kind of defend it. Yeah. Mad Dog be smiling when he says his bullshit, man, because he knows his bullshit. He's just saying to get people riled up. There's no way you can think Bob Cousy better than LeBron James, man. Come on, you can't even argue that.
Yeah.
So with things like that, it's like, okay, he's just going through the motions, man. He's a character. and you really don't fit in with the show.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So that being said, I think we're both in agreement that Undisputed is better as a show right now. I don't care about the ratings, okay? ESPN is on every damn TV you go to in any building, and it's like the most basic cable package going to have ESPN. And I don't mean that I wouldn't take it as, I would judge the metrics of the YouTube clips to be more, because people don't really watch shows like that anymore, man. They look for clips.
Yeah, and honestly, that's with everything, man. Like I feel like even as a radio station, I shouldn't be saying this, but we, as a radio station, we look at ratings in a totally different way. We look at ratings at how many people listen to the actual radio. And it's like, man, like it's a lot of people that don't listen to the radio, man. And we sitting here going off of that. So, but it's other not stations, but just other platforms that get a lot of views on YouTube or get a lot of views on, they go viral on social media and stuff like that. And I just don't see First Take going viral on social media, man. I feel like I see more undisputed clips and stuff like that. And I feel like they the ones that's kind of creating the content and conversations. I don't really see that for First Take. First Take is Disney, and they, of course, they get the bigger push and all that stuff. But I see Skip and Richard. I don't want to say Eric Sherman, but Skip and Richard Sherman going at it, going viral more than like what Stephen A. doing. So
definitely, man.
Yeah,
and Stephen A. Smith used to be the king of like viral content, man. That's the thing. He used to be the king of memes in sports, and now it's just not like that. So speaking of Stephen A., we can talk about this as well, real quick. His appearance on the Joe Budden show. He's been doing a lot of podcasts lately, man. He's been on everybody's thing.
They giving them some room to do a lot of stuff, man. Because ESPN was known for like you can't go on other platforms.
Yeah. No, I think he's gearing up for, and it's probably something that was in his contract, but I think he's gearing up for like a transition into something else. He's been hinting at being in more in the entertainment or maybe politics or something. I don't think he wants to do ESPN forever. And I don't think he wants to do First Take forever. But he's been on more podcasts, and he spoke about Max Kellerman, which has kind of riled up a bunch of people. Marcellus Wiley had a pretty good video about the whole thing as well. Of course, Max has not said anything. He's been recently let go by ESPN. Probably can't say anything right now because there's some kind of clause where he just can't speak and he's still getting paid or whatever. But he said some things about the Max Kellerman whole situation, about how basically he didn't know, the audience had no reason to take him seriously because he was not a journalist or an athlete. And he was kind of speaking down on Max in a way more kind of intensely than he had before. Yeah. And people were kind of taken aback by it. Of course, he again admitted that he had Max taken off the show, First Take. And people kind of took it the wrong way, man. So what are your takes on that? And Mad Wine Chemist also says, Unk's podcast, I can't call Shannon Sharp Unk. Okay, I can't do it. I'm sorry. Shannon Sharp's podcast with Ocho is pretty good. Now his solo podcast is ass. He had Brittany Renner on. So
and I didn't realize 35 body counts is like, oh my God, that's just insane.
I mean, it kind of is, man.
For her?
Yes. Like,
do you feel like that's low for her?
No.
Okay.
Let's talk about this now. I know we're transitioning, but fuck it. Let's talk about this now because I want to talk about this more. 35 for a woman is a lot, man. I feel like people expected her to be like a literal prostitute. And I don't think she was ever that. I think she fucked with dudes who had money. But I just don't think she was doing porn star type numbers, man. So I believe it. Now, keep in mind, number one, women's count does not include certain things, all right?
Yeah.
Now, there is a lot of sexual stuff she did. She probably only considers sex as full penetration. Okay. So that don't count all the dudes who got other things from her.
Yeah.
So you gotta take that into account. But I people thought she was lying or it was way more. I mean, I think that's realistic. I didn't think she was underselling it. I didn't think she fucked 150 dudes in her life, okay? Because she got eventually to a point where she was so famous, it's not like anybody could get her.
Yeah.
She was fucked with a certain type of person. Plus, she was cuffed up for a bit. She got pregnant. So, I 35 is a lot to me, but I didn't think she was lying about it. I
Yeah.
didn't think it was cap, but I could be wrong. Who knows?
Yeah, I think somebody like her, like the way you see her, and every time we discuss her, it's about who she's with,
Mm-hmm.
and hide from Brittany Renner and all this other stuff. I thought the count would have been a little higher than that. So when I heard 35, I'm like, dang, that's to me, my mind, I was like, dang, that's actually not that bad because I just had a higher expectation.
Yeah.
I'm just like, dang, I thought she was, getting around and all that stuff, but like I felt like it wasn't that bad. I mean, in general, like you don't want to, I guess, get with a girl who been with 35 other partners.
No.
You know what I mean? But just for who it is, I thought that was kind of low, man. I was actually kind of shocked, like, oh, okay. Like, I ain't think it was that rough because the way we, I'm using we loosely, but the way we kind of paint her, we paint her like she a porn star, man.
Yeah.
And like she got all this content out there, like she just some porn star that been around for years, where we can find 35 videos of her. You know what I mean? And for some reason, I just thought she was just getting around. Like I thought she was getting around way more than that. And when she said that, and she could be lying, I don't know, but when she said 35, I was just like, dang, that's actually kind of low. So like if I was single and I had the chance, I would, I wouldn't mind just hanging around that. I don't know if we get married or nothing, but like seeing that, I was kind of like, dang, that's actually lower than I thought because I thought it would have been way higher than that. So that's how I kind of looked at it.
Yeah, but you also got to keep in mind, look, we only know her because she's like made her career out of being the woman who fucks celebrities.
Yeah, athletes.
And athletes and all that.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, number one, in your life, I'm sure you've seen it as well. The women who be talking like the most freaky shit be the least freaky people.
They the worst people to sleep with.
Yes. The ones who only talk about sex and all this stuff, you get them in a situation and then you realize, damn, you kind of approved. You really ain't about that life, really.
Yeah.
It's the quiet ones you gotta look for.
Yeah.
Because those are the insane ones. But the same thing with like men and rappers and people talking about drugs and all this shit they do, and then you realize they don't do nothing like that.
Yeah.
It's all cap for entertainment. But I have to say, man, 35 is a lot. For a woman, 35 is a lot. For a non-porn star, for a non-prostitute, which I don't think she was ever like officially selling pussy.
Yeah.
Maybe she went through a time where she did. I know she put out videos acting like she did, but if she wasn't a prostitute, for a non-prostitute or non-porn star, 35 is a lot of people to have sex with. And then she's only is she in her mid-30s even? She's still very young. So yeah, that's a lot. That's a pretty high number regardless, man.
Yeah, it is. I don't disagree with that. But I guess just I guess how I thought she was like being out there. I thought her count would have been way higher than that. And when she said that, I was like, oh dang, that's actually not that bad. So I'm kind of grading on the curve, I guess.
Yeah. VT asked in the comments, the real question is, would you rather be with a chick that has had sex with 5 guys or has sucked 37 dicks? No ideas if you guys will get that reference, though. Yes, I did. Clerks is one of my favorite movies of all time. So, yes, I understand the reference. If you haven't seen it, Clerks, there is a comedy directed by Kevin Smith. And there's a plot line in it where he finds out his girlfriend, like they ask like how many people they've been with. And he says like 3 or 4 or whatever. Actually, his was high. I think he said like 10 women or some shit like that. And she was shocked. She was like, I've only been with 5 guys, and you were the last one. And then somehow they got to like other things, and she admitted she had blown 37 guys, but only slept, but she didn't include that number. That's kind of the reference I went with when I said that.
Yeah,
because she said she sucked 37 dicks.
Yeah, could have did everything outside of actual sex. Yeah,
and he was losing his mind, and it was hilarious because he was like 37, and somebody said in a row. So it was, it's still a funny movie, man. You got to watch it I don't know if you'll like it. It's kind of like, I don't say white people humor. It's funny. You might like it. Check it out. Check out Clerks.
Okay,
I think you'll like it, man. It's a funny movie.
Yeah,
but yeah.
And by the way, Brittany Renner is 31.
Okay,
so
still young.
Yeah, 35, and been alive for 31 years, and you've been with 35 guys. That's a lot of people, man.
Yeah, but that is a lot. Mad Wine has said she was chasing the bag, not dicks. Exactly, and I'm sure she was entertaining a lot of dudes that she didn't full on sleep with. You know, keep that in mind as well. She teased a lot of people. She was taking pictures with Shaq. Did Shaq hit? I don't know, but he definitely spent money on her, I'm sure. So yeah. That was her whole thing, was getting money out of people. I don't think she's a freak like that, you know. But still, 35 is a lot. It's maybe she was over exaggerating. Maybe that was more. I don't know. I don't know. But 35 is a crazy number. I think if you met a regular woman and she said she slept with 35 dudes, you would assume she was a porn star or prostitute.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I think a regular person, somebody would have lost their mind.
Yeah.
But I mean, if I was like a celebrity and she told me that, I would have been like, dang, like, so all the people you've been around and all that, and it's only, I would have been shocked at the low number like that. But I don't know, man. I guess people don't believe her, man.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. You know, she could be a pathological liar. I don't know, but I know dudes are simps, and no matter what she says, somebody gonna be. I was just upset she was on Shannon Sharp's show, man. Like, I understand Charleston White's podcast. I understand Vlad TV. I understand like the lower class podcast shit. We could have her on here. We talk to her. But Shannon Sharp is a dude who just is trying to make his own media platform, just left Undisputed with Skip on FS1, and is trying to grow his brand and put her on.
Yeah.
And talk to her for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, Shannon Sharp is 60 years old, damn near. Talking to a 31-year-old woman who's famous for fucking athletes.
Yeah.
I feel the same way about when Deion Sanders brought her in to talk to the team. I'm like, what the fuck kind of knowledge she gonna impart?
It's like she's on that Sweetie type of promo. I don't know, they got the same agent, but you know how somebody just get all these opportunities, and you're like, what do they do? Like, who is this person? Like, how is Sweetie getting the McDonald's deal? And at least she do music. At least she has something. But
exactly, something to sell.
Yeah, at least she can say she an artist. Like, what the hell is, like, what is Brittany Renner? Like, what is her occupation?
Her whole point, and I think she actually came back later on and said she didn't like being brought out by Deion and what she had to say to them. But her whole point was going out to say, don't get with girls like me.
Yeah.
Just like, wow, what a life you have to live to be like, don't be that example for people.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Don't
like
fuck with hoes like me.
yeah, that's
Get
like
yourself a good girl. Come on,
that's
man.
that's like going to an AA meet and drink and be like, hey, you don't
Right?
want to be like me. You want to end up like me?
Oh man. Yeah, shit's wild. Mad Wine Kim said Shaq hit. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Good
that's
for her, man.
we were talking about Deion Sanders in Colorado, Black America's team, apparently. We're talking about the racist coach in Oregon who had the nerve to beat Colorado by a lot and had his racist clans meeting at the beginning of the game where he talked about how they're chasing clicks and Oregon's chasing wins. And he used coded language that was talking about black people. And look, man, I don't know about you, but I'm ready to start the race war over Colorado. Boulder, Colorado, man. 65% whites, like 3% black students.
That's our new HBCU, y'all.
Yeah, Colorado's an HBCU now, man. And Coach Prime is doing his thing. Of course, his son. At one point, people talked about him as a Heisman candidate, possibly. They got beat by Oregon pretty handily, and they're playing USC tomorrow. I'm sure the result's gonna be pretty much the same.
Yep.
But people had some wild takes about this, man. People were upset with the coach's pregame speech. They were upset with people thought that he went a little extra in trying to beat Prime. People also had a real issue with the previous game where Travis Hunter was injured on a late hit. And he had to be hospitalized. And apparently this kid got death threats. Can we be real about that? I feel like they only did that because the kid was white.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
People only really got upset with that because he was white. Okay, people thought that was a hate crime. I'm like, look, man, this is football.
Hill was going nuts.
Yeah, dog. We got to talk about her and Colin Kaepernick as well. Shit. But okay, to keep this short,
how you feel? I was gonna say, how you feel about Coach Prime in Colorado? All the hype and stuff.
I think Deion Sanders is entertaining. Okay, I've always thought he's entertaining. I liked him when he did pregame on NFL Game Day on the NFL Network. I liked him on his own shows. I just think he's entertaining, and I like the entertainment value he brings. I recognize it. That being said, I don't see him as Malcolm X. Okay, I don't get mad when he loses. I don't get upset with coaches wanting to beat him. This is college football, man. It's built on shit talking and rivalries, and he knows this. Yeah. I mean, he's a shit talker himself. Yeah. So my only issue is like the overreaction that people have with him and his team. That's what's really getting on my nerves, man. Like the whole thing with the late hit on Travis Hunter, the whole accusing people of things because they don't like him. And if you're an Oregon fan, you're supposed to hate. That's just how college football works, man. You hate the team for that week, okay? And if they're rivals, you hate them forever.
Yeah.
But people come in and just the overreaction of it is just getting on my nerves, man. I feel like there are bigger black issues than Coach Prime at Colorado, okay?
Yeah.
I'm really getting sick of that part. What about you, man?
Honestly, man, this is probably the most Colorado games I ever watched in my life.
Yeah,
man.
It goes for everybody.
Like I was man.
Even alumni.
That night they went into overtime. I was sitting up 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the whatever time it was, watching that game, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting here watching Colorado versus Colorado State. Like that's wild itself. But I do think, man, I see a lot of people on both sides. Like I see people complaining about Deion and Diva and all this other stuff. Like it's breaking news. Like he haven't been doing that his whole career. But then I also see people saying, you know, I'm supporting him no matter what. I'm a Colorado fan. I think what he's doing right now, just him being in college football, I think it's good for the sport, man, because a
Yeah.
lot of people been watching. Like we never thought we'd be sitting there watching Colorado, man,
Mhm.
and we sitting here keeping up with Colorado. I was freaking listening to it in the car, man. I was sitting there listening to it in the car. That first game, I was listening to it in the car. So he just had me intrigued, man. And I think I like the smack talking. I wasn't mad at the Oregon coach for talking smack. I wasn't mad at the other coaches for talking smack. I think this is super entertaining, man. I think people be too much in their feelings whenever another coach is talking smack. I think that helped the sport, man. I think people it really tune in to people, and make people want to tune in more. And as far as the coaches, the other coaches talking smack about Dion and stuff, I think they clout chasing a little bit too, man. I think they know what it's bringing. I know they gonna be on Front Street playing that team, so they spice it up a little bit, man. And I have no problem with that. I had no problem. I had no problem with the Oregon coach saying what he was saying. Now, I did think he kind of contradicted himself a little bit with that halftime speech, because remember pregame he was saying, they playing for clicks, we playing for wins.
Mm-hmm.
I totally respect that. But the little halftime interview, he talking about, so, oh yeah, I hope those same people are watching this game, and all. It's just like, come on, like, you doing it for the clicks too, man. Like, salute to you. Like, you kicking their butt. Look, man, you kicking their butt, but don't sit here and act like you ain't doing this for the clicks too. So you got your moment, you got your 30 seconds of fame, and you beat their ass. So cool. But I think it's good for college sports, man. I think, look, this is the other thing too, man. When they got whooped, you had all these people like, oh, see, oh, they fraud. Dude, it's Colorado, man. That was not a good college. People was wondering why he even went to that college. It's not a good school. I think all of the players, I want to say like 80% of the players are transfers. So that's their first time there. It was a school that won like one game last year, if any. And look, man, it take a minute to build up a college program. So this is his first year, and you see the hype is getting now. Just imagine all the different recruits that want to play for him. They see the buzz, they see the hype. So he probably going to be snagging a lot of 5-star players, 4-star players. So just, if he stay there that long, just give him a couple years. Just give him about 3 or 4 years to kind of build it up a little bit. I just think people was just so happy to see them lose. And it was just like, come on, man. Like, I'm shocked they won as many games as they won now. I didn't think they was going to the playoffs or nothing like that, or be playing for a championship. But it's just super entertaining, man. And I think I'm kind of curious how other coaches, how other schools gonna look at this going forward by hiring somebody like a Deion Sanders or somebody similar to that to try to bring recruits in, try to bring a buzz to their school. Because I think Colorado, he helped Jackson State. He turned up Jackson State. So and clearly he's turning up Colorado. So I can see somebody else trying to do a smaller school like that to try to turn the school up like that too. So it's very interesting now, man. So I'm curious to see how college football would be in the next couple years.
Yeah, but I think, and this is my problem I have with people acting like what he's doing is going to get more opportunities for black coaches, because nobody can do what Deion Sanders does.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Nobody is Deion Sanders. He's bringing all these celebrities. He brought The Rock. He brought Lil Wayne.
Wu-Tang,
Cameron. Dog, everybody came out to see Deion Sanders. They ain't coming to see whoever Joe Blow black coach for whatever university.
I don't think this is a black coach thing, man. I think this is I look at this
exactly
as a thing. Yeah,
that's how I look at it.
Yeah, this ain't he's helping black coach. No, this is a Deion thing.
Yeah, but I think some people take it personally because they view it that way.
Yeah.
and they think like Deion Sanders losing is like losing opportunities for black coaches or see us a certain way. This is Deion Sanders, man. He's prime time. He doesn't represent black coaches. He is a black coach, but it's not like teams or it's not like these universities like, these Negroes got something cooking over there. Maybe we need to hire some more. Like, no, that's Deion Sanders, and that's what he brings, man.
Yeah,
So,
I think if anything, man, I think, and I'm just using this as an example. This has never happened, but this would be like them. If this guy was on the right track and he was, doing this thing, this would be like, hey, let's hire somebody like a Johnny Manziel, who's just so flashy and he know all these celebrities. He's good with, younger players. That's if he was like that for real. I know he ain't like that in real life, but somebody with a big name that's not black, that know all these celebrities and just so, perfect in the media and all this other stuff. Let's bring him in. And all these players want to play for him type thing. That's, it's not a black it's not a black thing. I don't think it's a black thing. This is a Deion thing. This is a Coach Prime thing. So I don't think you could just bring in another former black player and it will have the same effect. Deion been the man when he was a player when he was in college and in the NFL. He always been that type of dude. So, and I think, if another college is going to try to do something like this, you will have to bring in somebody that's similar to Deion, which I don't think it is. But I think a lot of people will try that. They will try to maybe, I don't know, bring in, I don't even know, man. I can't even name nobody, man. But, yeah, Deion is 101. I was going to say like a Randy Moss or something, but he's not like Deion. So, I don't know, man. He's just 101. This
exactly, man.
I think it's good. I think it's very entertaining for college football, man. So yeah, he's not probably coaching, but he's doing a good job for a school that wasn't good at all.
Yeah. No, he is, man. And like you said, he's bringing the entertainment value.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'm looking forward to see what he does. I don't think he's going to stay with the program long, honestly. I think it's going to be like a Jackson State type thing where a bigger university is going to make the call and he's going to lose. He's going to leave. So we're never going to be able to see what he's going to build fully at Colorado, I feel. I feel like some other bigger university is going to bring him in. They see what's happening over there. They see the money he's bringing in, the attention he's getting, and they say they're going to say they want a piece of it. So, yeah, I don't think he stays at Colorado.
I hope you don't go to A&M, man. Do not go to Texas A&M, man.
He went to Colorado, man. He'll go to wherever the money is. All right.
I can't use Texas A&M, man. I'm sorry. I would draw the line there.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it were any. I didn't think he'd go to Colorado, man. So I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
Yeah, the one thing though, man, I seen a lot of people trying to entertain the fact that he could go to the NFL. I disagree with that. I don't think he's going to the NFL, man. That's a whole different ball game, man. You at that point you coaching grown men. That's and you can't. There's no recruiting in the NFL, man. It's a salary cap. So I actually think he like coaching younger, young men. I think he likes that attention. He ain't gonna get that attention in the NFL as a coach in the NFL, man. So I think he gonna stick around in college.
Oh, definitely, man. People have been talking about that. I just don't see it because number one, I feel like a big part of his coaching comes from I played in the league, so I know what it takes, and I know you. If I cut you, it's because I know better. Because I played, I was a superstar. What have you done? You're just a kid. You can't go to the NFL with that attitude, man. They're not going to respect it.
Yeah, Steven Nelson ain't going to respect you.
They going to say they making more money than you ever made, and they're better than you.
Yeah.
And what's his comeback? Exactly. He can't talk to those grown men the same way, man.
Bro, you can't tell me what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no, his coaching style would not translate to the NFL, man. He would have to change it up completely, and he gets sick of it quick.
Yeah, and he could probably make more money in college.
Oh, definitely.
College pay him a boatload, man. So it don't make sense for him to go to the NFL at all.
Yeah, I don't see why some of the most successful NFL college football coaches ever go to the NFL, man.
Me either.
Like, what is the point, man?
The only way I can understand if like somebody is one of the coaches started in the NFL, if they was in the NFL before, and then they had to go to college to get that opportunity, and then when that opportunity come, they go back to the NFL.
Exactly.
But like even I know Nick Saban was in the NFL for a little bit, as an assistant, but I don't get that, man. You a king.
I don't get Urban Meyer to this day, man.
Yeah,
Why the
me
fuck
either.
did he go to the Jaguars? I
Me,
don't get it.
me either, man. You was I know he got let go from Ohio. I know he left Ohio State, but dog, you was a king in college, man. Any college will pay a boatload of money to get you. Like I would not leave that, man. Because you were, as a coach, you was not a king. I mean, if you were an NFL coach, you was not a king.
Yeah,
all players are kings.
Yeah, I don't get it. It's a different mentality, man. And somebody like Dion, I couldn't see him in the NFL coaching.
Yeah, I don't either.
Matt Wankimmon says, "Oh, you posted a video of Shiloh talking shit for the clicks." Yeah, I saw that. I saw the hit piece on Shiloh Sanders, man. But hey, man, that's just college football. Every team talks shit. Exactly. It's a fun part of it.
I love trash talking, man. Like I don't understand how people get so mad at somebody trash talk. Some people was pissed about Hector Neris. I think it was Hector Neris kind of trash talking to the dude he struck out for the Astros. Kind of like trash talk. He had to issue an apology and everything. I'm just like, what's wrong? Like, I don't get what's wrong with that, especially if it was friendly. I understand if they was about to fight, but it was like some friendly trash talking, man. I just don't understand why people get so upset. People were so upset with Angel Reese, remember? For LSU.
Yes.
I'm just like, what's wrong with like that? Make me want to watch more of that, man. If I see more of that, I will be dialed in, man. That's like good FOMO, good drama. And people be so up in arms about that, man. I do not get that at all, man.
Is this fucking Twitter, man? Like we've gone so far against bullying that any kind of talk like that is just shamed at this point.
I feel like they never been people that upset about that never been on the playground.
Of course not.
You know how much trash talk go on the playground, man? Like, have you seen White Men Can't Jump? The old one, not the new one, the old one.
Yeah.
Like, all that trash talking, bro. Like, I love that, man.
Yeah, it's a part of the competitive spirit, man. You in a competitive game, you're gonna talk shit. But yeah, it's different now, man. People get triggered easily. Especially when events are so big that they bring in audiences that aren't into sports.
Yes.
And they just see shit and they're like, I deal with that watching like combat sports, There are things that if you watch boxing, if you watch MMA, it's just normal to you. But then those clips go viral outside of that fan base and they're like, what the fuck is this, man?
Yeah.
And they go crazy and they say, I can't believe this sport is legal. I can't believe this move is legal. And it's like, that's just how it is, man. But once you get out those easily triggered people involved, then things go left always.
Yeah.
So that's just how it is today, man. Mad Wine Kimmett says they need to stop taking the fun out of sports. I agree. But look, we're just in a very dramatic society now, and I don't think there's any going back. I think it's going to get worse.
Yeah.
It's going to get worse. So just strap in, prepare. She also says Dion is the total package. He had the perfect work-life balance. Plus, he was the most successful two-sport player. Yeah, he's got the resume to prove it. So you really can't say shit to him, especially if you're a college kid. You gotta just eat it and listen.
Yep.
NFL's different though. Other things that happened this week, we'll try to speed run some things. Colin, speaking of J. Cole, we talked about J. Cole earlier. J. Cole was also in the news, the sports news, not for playing in Africa, the African Basketball Association. He apparently released a letter that Colin Kaepernick sent to the New York Jets asking to join their practice squad. You know, he admits that he would not get the quarterback position because they go for a veteran.
Oh,
So he was
word.
just
Really?
he was
Oh,
like, I know you guys might bring in a veteran,
mm.
so I would be willing to just join the practice squad. I
Where was
think
that energy at like 10 years ago, man? Or 5 or 6 years ago?
I mean, let's get into it now. Fuck it. If you're willing to go to this extent, why didn't you give the XFL or the USFL a call? You
Yeah.
know, if you're willing to join the practice squad of probably the worst team in the league, I feel like the XFL ain't much below that. But
Yeah. He could have sent this letter out what back in 2018? He could have been sent that letter out saying he man, a team would have brung him on the practice squad or something like that. And I think he actually had a workout with Baltimore.
yeah.
And I think he screwed that up.
Mhm.
But he could, man, no, his whole thing was, trying to start. Or from what I heard, he was trying to start. And that's the stuff that was kind of bothering me, man. Like he was looking for a starting position. And I just didn't understand that. So now when you 35 years old and you've been out the league for how long?
Like going on 7 years now. 7
Yeah.
seasons he's missed.
Now you want to settle for a practice squad position? Just like, man, come on, man. Like I never really understood what he was trying to do. I don't want to sit there and disrespect him and say he's just trying to do it for the clicks and all that stuff. But what are you really trying to do at this point, man? Every time something like this happened, then his name always get brought up. I just don't get it, man.
I have a few theories on this, man. And look, number one, I think he definitely has people in the media who are taking, like Jamel Hill. You can't tell me somebody who supposedly knows sports like Jamel Hill will seriously be advocating out of nowhere that the Jets should get Colin Kaepernick. You know, like everybody's brought up, Deshaun Watson has only missed like one season. It looks like a shell of himself. And how could you defend bringing in somebody who's missed 6 and think that would make a difference? Now, it's really annoying to me because the one thing I really respected about Colin Kaepernick, and I've had issues with how he's carried himself after the whole protest thing. Even before that, I thought he was more about building a brand than anything. Then suddenly he comes out with this new persona out of nowhere. Like, okay, I've been critical about a lot of things concerning him, but I always respected the fact that he gave up his football career for what he thought was right.
Yeah.
That was the one thing I could never knock him for, because he even talked about it in his last year. He said, this will probably cost me, and I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said that he was aware of the fact that it could cost him his career. And he said he'd be fine with that because he feel like he's doing the right thing. Or the making the stand is more important than playing football.
Yeah.
And I respect that, man. No matter what else went on with him, I respected that. The fact that there's a sacrifice being made for what you think is right. And all this shit since then is just spit in the face of what I respected, man. Like, okay, you sue the league, they settle, you take the payment, fine. Then you still try to get back in the league, and you're damn near on your knees at this point.
Yeah.
Asking to join the practice squad. It's over, man. Everybody knows it's over. You did what you did, and it cost you your football career.
Yeah.
That's just the end of the story now, as far as football is concerned. But, and this is what I really don't want to admit, but it's just looking like that. I feel like he just wants to keep his name in the media at this point. Because like you said, the whole workout thing where he was going to work out with a team and then didn't and did his own workout, and there was some weird shit going on with that. He made promo videos about how he can still play football. Things like that. I feel like I don't think he really has an interest in joining the Jets practice squad, man.
Yeah.
I just don't believe it. I feel like he knows it's over, but he has an interest in keeping his name and his brand afloat.
Yeah.
In terms of football. So that's what he wants to do. And that might be his goal.
Yeah.
Now, he knows the Jets won't give him a call back. And he can point to this and say, hey, they're blackballing me still.
Yeah.
But realistically, we all know why he's not playing football. And even if you could argue before it was because of the protests and the blackball and whatever, he's washed up.
He's
Man.
35
it's
years
over.
old. Man.
It's over. Okay. He can't help any team in the league win right now.
Yeah.
It's been too long. The game is different now. Okay.
Yeah.
When he was good, RG3 was good too. And now RG3 is on a damn commentary
Long retired.
ESPN, long retired, man. Like, it's been so long since he was that Super Bowl quarterback.
Yeah.
And it's just sad to see, man. It's sad to see him do this and just try to grab this attention. I'm just kind of sick of it, man. Like, I wish he could move on and bring attention to more important things than I'm blackballed by the NFL. I feel like there's more important fights, especially if you're an activist. There's more important fights to fight than this.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, there's a lot of open spots in the XFL, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of different spots he could go to if he really want to, show people. I don't know. It's just insane, man. It's like, and I was a supporter of him. Like, I wasn't mad at him doing what he doing, but at this point, it's like, you got to be honest, man. Look, like, you feel like they should give you a 35-year. It's some 35-year-olds on the list that ain't in the league right now. That people, they brought up the list for the Jets, seeing possible people they could, bring up. They brought up like Matt Ryan and all that stuff. I think he's done.
Yes, and he knows he's done.
He played. I want to say last year, 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. So you feel like you can step in? I just don't get it, man. A lot, like you said, a lot of people feel like the shine is over.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't playing 7 years, man. 6, 7, whatever the time frame was. It was, man, pre-pandemic the last time you played. I just don't get. If you really want, to me, and I hate talking like this, but if you really wanted to play, you would have reached out to the XFL or something like that. And I felt like that would have. I feel like he would have got a lot of attention with that.
Yeah,
you would have got a lot of attention. Black folks would have been buying his jersey and all that stuff. People would have been supporting that. And if he was really that good, a team would have called him. A team would have said, "Hey, let's bring you in for a workout or something like that." But I just don't get it, man. I just don't understand what he's trying to do, man.
It's just frustrating to see, like, his fight started with the way black people are treated in this country, especially with law enforcement. And now his fight is I'm being blackballed by the NFL. Like, who gives a shit, man? Honestly, who cares that he can't play in the NFL anymore? Okay, that's a very a problem that does not affect us as a people. Okay, you are not obligated to play. You are not owed a shot in the NFL. There is a lot of players that can play that aren't on the field for different reasons other than football. Antonio Brown can be on a team right now, but he won't be because of what he's done on the field.
Yeah.
For what they feel that he's a distraction or whatever, he's not on there. Even if you have the skill, you are not owed a spot on the team, man. Okay. And that's the most annoying thing to me. It comes off as a pretty privileged thing to think that just because I can play, I should be playing. There are more important fights to fight. This is over. and he knows it's over, but he thinks we should be treating it as a great injustice that he can't play football anymore. I don't really care, man. Like there is more important fights to fight and more better ways to use your time, especially concerning what you stood for in the past, than trying to get back on a football field.
Yeah,
Back in
and
the NFL, the same league you sued and won money from.
my thing is too, like, and honestly, I don't know if he was blackballed or not, man. Like, I think it's cool to say that because no team took a chance on him, but look what he was asking for too. He wasn't asking for a practice squad spot or hey, I could compete for a backup spot or something like that. Just get me in. I could, help out or something like that. He had a high standard, man. If the last time I checked, I think he was trying to actually compete for a starting spot. And it was already a conversation if he wasn't that good or not, man. Because I want to say his last year he wasn't as good. So that was all. I felt like he was good enough to be in the league, but I don't know if he was good enough to actually start. Like, I mean, I think he could. I think he should have had the chance to see if he could be revived or anything like that, have a change of scenery and do something. But I don't know if he had that chance. I don't know if he was that person. I felt like he was going around like, hey, I should be like, man, it'd be like he shouldn't have been going around like he was Carmelo Anthony with OKC, complaining like, oh, well, like me coming off the bench. What? Like they say I was coming off the bench. I don't think he should have been, walking around like that. It just seemed like felt like he should be starting, and I'm not taking less than the starting spot. And teams was like, nah, I'm cool. I don't know.
Yeah. Nah, it's been it's I don't know. I don't understand the mentality of doing this. Like I said, it just seems clout chasey at this point. But what can you do, man? I don't know. People haven't talked about him in a while, so I guess it's the way to get the computers putin with the Colin Kaepernick takes. Maybe he could sell some more jerseys on the Nike store. I don't know. VT says, in my opinion, he lost credibility when he wore the socks of cops as pigs. I am all for the movement, but he never should have been the face of it. I don't know, man. I thought that was kind of cool. I'm just playing. Like I actually wasn't super mad about that at all. But like Little Baby said, I know all cops ain't bad and all colors ain't dumb, whatever the fuck he was saying, that stupid ass song. But hey, look, man.
It kind of but it's funny because Round Chubby, I see what he's saying, and it's hard when you rooting for somebody and you down for the cause and they do something that's kind of cringy.
Yeah.
It's just like, dang, man, I was with you, dog, but I'm cool with some cops, man. I got some family members that's cops. And it's like, dang, I can't support this like this, man. So I get it.
The thing with him, I don't feel like, and number one, that's another thing I didn't like. He stopped talking after a while. And I think he stopped talking because I think he realized that he didn't really have the capacity to speak about the issues he was dealing with or speaking out against. Again, he was not an activist like in the vein of a fucking Martin Luther King or something, man. Like he was not somebody who was really didn't have the depth of knowledge about the history of racism. He was kind of like, he always kind of felt like that kid who takes an African-American history class and becomes woke after a semester. He read some books and realized how fucked up the country has been in the past. Then suddenly he's wearing a kufi and he became Muslim or is acting Muslim.
Why are you talking about Kyrie like that, man?
I have to say Kyrie's kind of one of them too, man. But I feel like Kyrie's at least been walking that walk a little longer. But he's another guy who just I don't know what he's talking about. He loves Dallas now, so I don't fucking know what he's going through. But Yeah, man. He always gave off that vibe to me of somebody who just realized racism was a thing late in life.
Yeah.
Because he was never that guy when he was coming into the league. And people can change. And like I said, I respected the fact that there was a sacrifice involved in what he did, and he accepted that. But now it's just super cringy because he's not accepting it. He's still acting like it's an injustice that he's not in the NFL.
Yeah.
And it's over, man.
Yeah, because what was the NBA player that kind of was doing?
Yeah, Mahmoud Abdul Rauf.
Yeah, like I felt like what's funny is the Big Three tournament with the Ice Cube tournament.
Mm-hmm.
He was actually playing in that and was
Yeah.
balling too. He was still ball. He looked like an old wise dude with the gray out there giving buckets. But like it seemed like he kind of knew what it was. He felt how he felt. He took his stance and he was pretty much blackballed. He never played in the NBA again. And I felt like he understood that and was probably fine. I mean, of course, don't nobody want to be blackballed or something like that, especially that early in your career like that. But he kind of knew what it was, and he'd rather stand on his faith, stand on his beliefs, and he just kind of took it as a loss. He wasn't going out saying, "Hey, I deserve to be on the team, and I'm blackballed," because you believe what you believe, man. And I kind of live by that too, man. Like if it's something I'm truly passionate about and I believe in it, and I don't care if that won't get me a seat at the table, I'm fine with it because I'm all about my morals. I can't sit there and complain about it too. I just got I know what it is what it is, and I just got to go another route or just focus on something else then because I rather have my beliefs and stand on my morals than to, go through whatever I'm against. So it seemed like he was like that. It seemed like Kaepernick is, he's trying to do both. He's trying to have his cake and eat it too. He want to kind of complain about what's going on. He want to take a stance in what he believe in, but he also want to keep his job too. And unfortunately, that's not how it's working out. So I don't know.
But again, I'm starting to wonder. I don't even think he wants to keep the job. I think he wants to be remembered as the martyr who gave up his football career. And this goes into that story. Like, look what I did, guys. I even tried to get on the practice squad and they wouldn't let me come back.
Yeah.
Like that's part of his story now. And I'm sure he's going to have another documentary talking about his blackballing from the NFL.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, man, whatever.
It should get to a point where it's like, hey, man, I'm 35 years old. How many 35-year-olds that been in the league since they was 21 is still playing? You know what I mean? I've been out the league for how long? Do I really got to? Is this a realistic chance that I could hop on a team like this? I just feel like you got to understand it's over.
Yeah. And the fact that the letter was published is another way how you know that this was like a media stunt,
and released by J. Cole.
By a rapper, one of the bigger rappers today.
Yeah.
Like this whole thing just stinks, man. Like it's just awful. Honestly, like the whole thing just fucking puts a bad taste in my mouth. Like it's just how every movement that starts off well-intentioned ends up looking like shit, man. Like the same shit happened with Black Lives Matter, man. You have honorable intentions, and then if fucking you find out the leaders are fucking got a mansion and none of the money went to what it was supposed to, and these influencers got studios and shit, and it's like fucking it always ends up like this, man.
Yeah, and it started off from like a simple hashtag, man.
Yeah. And it always turns to shit, man. It always corporate interests get involved. People putting their brands over everything, and it's just you see the greed and selfishness, and it's like it fucking makes me sick, man. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of
profit off of it. Yeah,
it just gets annoying to think about, man. So moving on from that, What else? Oh yeah, we gotta talk about. Let's wrap this up because look, we might have more to talk about, but I'm fucking getting sleepy. It's been 3 hours and 30 minutes. I know you've been working a long day too, so we'll end it on the Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift debacle that is wrecked pop culture in the sports world. Travis Kelce is apparently dating Taylor Swift. She's been to like 2 of their games now. Swifties are going crazy trying to figure out what football is. Media people are having to talk about it and act like they give a shit. So
the viewership went up for that last game she was at.
Of course it did, man. Of course it did.
Tickets went up, I want to say, for the next game because they played the Jets.
Yeah, tickets going to keep going up because they think Taylor Swift going to be there.
Yeah.
No, you never know. Hey, so what are your thoughts on this? Number one, do you even think this is a real thing, that like a organic, real relationship, or is it like the Michael B. Jordan and Lori Harvey / fucking the dude from Black? What was the dude? Jonathan Majors and Megan Good type thing.
Yeah, I think Kelce signed that contract to date her. What was funny, what's weird is I feel like this is benefiting for Taylor Swift too. I know she don't need no more fans over there. She good no matter what, but this is really helping Kelce a lot, man. Because we knew who Kelce was already because we're sports fans, but I think his jerseys went off the shelves and all that stuff. People buying his jersey. He's a commercials. He's just like this guy now, man. And I feel like Taylor Swift PR stuff has always been weird too, because I guess they're officially dating now. But before, remember all these whenever she's hanging out with somebody, it's like Taylor Swift hanging out with so and so. And it's like, they're not dating, they're just hanging out.
Yeah.
And it's just like, are she paying these blog sites and all this stuff to say they're just hanging out and all this other stuff? It just, to me, it just didn't make sense. And it seemed like I will always hear that with her mainly. I hear it a few other times, but mainly with her, it was always they were just hanging out. Remember the racist dude she was dating from some band?
Yeah.
It was dating at first. People was trying to say they were dating, but then when all that racist stuff popped out, then it was like, they wasn't dating, they were just hanging out. And then remember the blogs and all that stuff was saying, they're no longer hanging out. It was just one. It was just hung out a couple times. It's like, all right, like, come on now. But I think this is definitely helping Kelce. But I wonder if this is like a Taylor Swift thing too, man. If this is kind of helping her in a way we don't know, because I think this is her first athlete. I think she never really dated an athlete, and I feel like it took the sport. It took the sport by the horns, man, because they were showing her like every chance they get, man, up in the suite. So I'm kind of curious if she's like the white Lori Harvey. Man, let's get with her and let's turn me up a little bit. But it's kind of interesting, man.
Yeah, it is. I mean, like, even if you believe this is a real thing, my question would be like, how would they even meet? Now, Taylor Swift is like in the middle of a tour, I think. Maybe it just ended, but I feel like she's still on it. They're still talking about her shows and shit. Travis Kelce is in the middle of an NFL season, which is like the busiest the athlete can be at this point in time. At what point would they have to date and hang out right now?
Yeah.
No, at what function were they at where it's just they were alone together?
Yeah.
That's the question I have, man. Like, yes, they're both celebrities and rich and whatnot, but there's levels to this shit. I don't think Travis Kelce is at the get Taylor Swift alone level. So I don't know. It's just it was a contract, I believe. Look, it's turning the NFL up, it's turning attendance and attention up. And look, it's a little fairy tale couple for people out there, I guess. Some people are upset because he was one of those.
Some people.
We didn't get into this, man.
Yeah.
So Travis Kelce was dating a black woman previously.
Couple
and
black women too.
Yeah, and now that was relationship goals for a certain segment of Twitter. That was like the dream right there. And they broke up, and then he's dating Taylor Swift, and now they believe that he never loved black women if you date somebody like Taylor Swift.
Oh, I ain't see that part.
I've seen that plenty of times. They were saying with a body like hers, you must have never loved black women. Which indicates that he only dated them because they had a fat ass and whatever. So I don't know, man. There is some wild shit going on, a whole lot of debates and discussion, and I'm barely on Twitter at this point. I deleted the shit off my phone again because I saw the new privacy fucking rules, and it's some ridiculous shit. But I'm still seeing some of the discourse leak through, man, and I'm like, ugh.
Yeah. A couple other things I seen was a lot of black women upset that he rather date Taylor Swift and not this pretty black girl. And I'm thinking like, yeah. Like, no disrespect. The other girl looked good. If I had the choice, if money or anything wasn't involved, I would pick the black girl. The black girl was fine.
Mm-hmm.
But this is Taylor Swift. This is Taylor Swift, and you see what's happening right now. So I don't understand why people are so confused about that. And also, it's not like he broke up with her to get with Taylor Swift. They broke up a little bit ago. I remember when they broke up because the black ladies on Twitter was like, "Yes, queen," and you got this fine white boy. Da, 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 da. And I think eventually they broke up. It was kind of a weird breakup. I don't know if it's like he quit talking to her. It was something weird where people was kind of looking at him funny. Like, damn, like how you break up with her or all this other stuff. But, I want to say it was like a year ago. I don't even think it was this year, but I want to say it was like a year ago. And then, of course, people forgot about it. And then when he popped up with Taylor Swift, and everybody started going back, oh, he broke up with her to date Taylor Swift. And then you had another girl who was with him back in 2016 who did a whole interview. I don't know if you've seen this. You probably didn't if you ain't on Twitter, but this girl did a whole interview on Inside Edition, pretty much talking about how he betrayed her and he's a narcissist. He cheated on her and all this other stuff. Bruh, this was in 2016. That's when they broke up in 2016 and all this other stuff. It's just like, man, what is y'all doing? Like, what are y'all doing at this point, man? We had like this. The funny part about this is he just popped up with Taylor Swift. It wasn't nothing crazy or it wasn't no videotapes and scandals and all that stuff. He literally popped up with a pop star. And now it seems like these women just coming out of nowhere talking about how he was a cheater and just another buzzword, narcissist. It's like, all right, like why is you speaking on it now? it's almost
because he's with Taylor Swift and it's a big story.
It's wild, man. It's wild.
Yeah,
I just and then the girls talk about some once a cheater, always a cheater. I just don't believe that, man. I never understood that. So if somebody cheat once, that means they'll always cheat. I don't know. It just don't make no sense, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. I don't know. The things we give our attention to is just ridiculous sometimes. And it's like, and I also feel like look, there are double standards that exist, and I get it. But in what case would it be acceptable for a man to get on TV and dress down his ex-girl because she's with somebody else who's more famous? That would be like if Michael B. Jordan got an interview because Lori Harvey is with whoever the fuck she's with right now. And he just started talking shit about her and said all the stuff that she did bad.
Bro.
And like, would anybody even take that seriously or give him the time of day to get that shit off?
Man, a couple months ago, we was bashing Keke Palmer baby daddy for saying too much on social media. And look, me and you agreed. We thought that was corny. We thought like it's not a good look for a guy to sit there and do all this stuff. And she wasn't doing nothing but dancing with Usher. And I guess the way she was dressed and all that stuff, we thought that was kind of corny for him to do that. But this girl getting on here upset because he's dating Taylor Swift and talk, man. Well, I'll tell you this was like the most hating stuff you could possibly do. It was just corny. It was kind of the same thing with what's the guy from The Hangover? I forgot his name. No, he wasn't in the Hangover. I'm thinking about Jonah Hill.
Yeah.
Jonah Hill. The same thing happened with him, where like remember the ex-girlfriend released some text messages or some audio or something them arguing and all that other stuff.
And it wasn't nothing bad at all, really.
Yeah, and not even that though, but this dude moved on. He got a girl, he got a baby, and all this stuff. And all of that stuff was like 3 or 4 years ago or something. It was something wild. It was like a minute ago. And she just brung it up because I guess he announced he had a baby or something like that. And she just brung it up just to. I'm just like, man, that is the most corniest hating type of stuff you could do. Just imagine your ex-girlfriend find out you proposed to your girl. And she just go on this rant talking about how you did her and you cheated. And
well, I mean, that's exactly what happened with Zion Williamson too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we just saw that shit.
Yeah. It's just like, man, like that stuff, like it, like you said, it's a double standard because don't nobody say nothing when a girl do it. But when a guy do it, he's just the biggest cornball in the world and all this. I just think it's all corny overall, man.
It definitely is, man. But we live in a corny world, so certain people are just gonna get boosted and taken seriously and listened to, and just look. Men are just bad people, okay? That's what we've learned on Twitter.
And by the way, I think Keke Palmer and that dude back together or something.
Which is hilarious.
Yeah. So they back together. I don't know. I can't remember if I seen they never broke up.
Oh, hey, like so it was all for promo after all. Look.
Yeah. It's our damn time talking about that.
Yeah, look at that. Not even just that, like fucking look how stupid we are, man. It is a society in general. Like we fucking fell for a press run.
Yes.
What was Keke Palmer doing that was fucking getting anybody's attention music-wise before this happened?
Yeah, music-wise or acting-wise.
Yeah, all you got to do is just throw a dude under the bus. And you gotta hit with Usher. So it's just whatever, man. It is what it is, man. It is what it is.
Real quick, we ain't gotta stay on this long, but keeping it on breakups. Jeezy and
oh yeah, we gotta talk about that. About that.
They barely last a year, man.
Yeah, so apparently Jeezy filed for divorce.
Yeah,
which I'm just gonna assume that this woman is crazy. Because how many times have you heard of a black man filing for divorce, man?
Yeah.
Especially somebody like Jeezy. I feel like he would, I don't know. But Jeannie Mai and Jeezy lasted, I think they had a baby. They were married for a short amount of time, and now apparently they're headed for divorce. I've heard that she's trying to keep it together and she's trying to make amends or whatever is going on. I don't know the details, but I just think it's very interesting. Like I always thought this was a random ass couple to begin with.
Me too.
And I would assume it might have been for PR, but these are two fucking D-list celebrities at this point. So
Yeah.
I didn't realize
Yeah,
what kind of boost
ain't,
they'd get.
Jeezy ain't really the PR type of. Let me do this for PR type of guy.
Yeah.
He don't come across like that. So I thought it was real love.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought it was just one of those weird connections that people make, but yeah, man, apparently it didn't work, and I don't know. I don't know what to think. I don't want to assume because I don't know these people. That's one thing we got to stop doing is assuming we know people when we don't. So I'm not going to assume it was her or anybody or anything. I don't fucking know. I just think it was funny that he filed for divorce because you never see that happen. So very interesting. I think he also said he wanted custody of the kid, which is another thing you never see a black man do. So it must be really bad.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that one.
Yeah, he better not be in California. Maybe in Atlanta he might have a chance, but in California, hell no.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So,
another black couple broke up. Papoose and Remy Ma.
oh yeah, apparently, allegedly, supposedly, she cheated on him with a battle rapper.
Yeah, that kind of looked like a poor man's version of Papoose.
Yeah. Look, I'll just put it like this, man. Whenever you're deep in a relationship and married for a long time and your wife suddenly gets like a whole new body, she ain't doing it for you, man. Okay?
Yeah.
She ain't doing it for you. Like if your wife Figgy one day just said, I'm gonna get a BBL, I'm gonna get a complete cosmetic makeover, you would have to know something is up.
I would be nervous, man. And look, I would be down if she was down for that. Like I wouldn't be totally against it, but I would be nervous.
Yeah.
Because once it happened and you start getting that attention,
exactly.
Yeah, I'm in trouble, man. So I might have to keep her fat.
She already got you locked up. So what you have to ask yourself, what's she doing this for?
And look, and let's be real. You probably you're not married, so you don't understand. But once you get married and you be with somebody a long time, you gotta relax a little bit, man.
Of course.
So you're not coming home with flowers every day. Or taking her out to eat every day and opening the car door every day and all that stuff. Sometimes you kind of relax a little bit. Life get in the way. You get a little stressed. You argue sometimes and all that stuff. You're not having sex every single day. Like sometimes, life be lifing. And, if you get a nice little body and you get more heads turning and more attention, you might, I don't know, you might be like, I'm leaving this.
Yep.
I'm getting more attention elsewhere.
She ain't think that rapping of every word in the alphabet shit was cute anymore, man. She
tired of the black love.
I got tired of the punchlines.
But the funny thing about the situation though, I felt like she was getting killed online over this because a lot of people were saying how he held her down for so long in jail and she gonna do this and leave him. Bro, she got out of jail in like 2013.
Yeah. It wasn't like she got out last month, man.
Yes, she was. Dog, they were together after she got out of jail for longer than when she been in jail. I want to say she did like 6 years or 7, something like that. They were together after she got out of jail longer than that. So I was really confused how people were saying, how Remy gonna do that? He held her down and she gonna leave. Y'all was together for like 8 years after that. A lot could have happened during that 8 years. It could have, maybe they wasn't really feeling each other after that, man. Like maybe what was going on.
You have to realize that there's a lot of disingenuous arguments and statements made on social media. The reason why men do that, we don't really believe that. Because number one, we understand why we leave somebody who held us down. Okay. So we don't really believe that. We don't understand why. The reason men are bringing that up is because they know women would say the same shit if it was a man who did it.
Yeah.
Okay. If Papoose did the time and Remy Ma held him down, no matter how much time passed, they would say the same thing about him.
Yeah.
So they're just saying it because they want a leg up in the online gender war that never ends. Okay. They see this as a way to get points. And they're
Yeah.
like, hey, if the shoe was on the other foot, y'all wouldn't let this slide. So that's the only point. Because look, we understand as men, okay, how somebody could leave somebody, even if they did a lot for you, even if they held you down. Because we make dumb decisions like that all the time as men. Okay,
Yeah.
we cheat all the time on people who held us down and who are good to us.
Yeah.
So it is what it is, man. I don't believe them not understanding how she could do this because we know.
Yeah, it didn't make sense, man. They act like she just got out last month. Like, dog, they've been together after she got out for like 8 years.
Yeah.
A lot could happen in 8 years, man. Like, they probably fell out of love. You never know. He probably cheated before, and she probably returned the favor and cheated and left or something. Like,
Yeah.
you don't know what was going on, man. We just hear that part. We just hear the part that they're not together, and she's with this battle rapper.
Yeah.
Now she's seen with this battle rapper. Like, it ain't no telling what went on.
And speaking of, I just remembered another famous black couple who officially broke up. Tiana Taylor and Iman Shumpert.
That one hurt me, man. I ain't gonna
They
lie.
went official saying that they had been separated for some time now. I'm guessing Tiana Taylor finally just exclusively dates women now.
Yeah, or maybe Iman went after the the girl they brought to the bedroom for the threesome or something.
I don't even think she would care about that. But I get strong.
I think she would though, because she did make a comment I think she did admit that they brought another woman to the bedroom at one point.
Yeah.
But she was saying, I gotta pick the woman, and you can't pick the woman or know anything about the woman type, the type of deal. Like, you can't find out who she is and all this other stuff. But yeah, I think she would have an issue if it was like that. But
Look, man,
it had nothing to do with cheating while they left and all that stuff.
Yeah. I just feel like Tiana Taylor has always given me strong lesbian vibes, man. Honestly. And I feel like that threesome shit was probably not even his idea. That was probably her idea. And she was just trying to boost it up. But I feel like he probably didn't even want that shit. She was like, how about we bring in another girl? And he was probably just watching that shit the whole time. Like, damn, what's going on here?
I feel like women want threesomes more than men. I feel like a lot of women are into that more than like an average guy.
I think men are like, we want the fantasy of it. We want like it's like a dream for us. But I feel like most of us wouldn't want that to happen in real life, maybe, because look, that's a lot of pressure.
It is. It really is. Like,
to smash two at once.
Yeah,
and
not even smash, but to satisfy two at once.
Yeah. That's a lot of pressure, man. So a lot of I think women are more into it because women do the whole, both ways bi. It's cool for women to be bi now, so it's not a big deal. But for men, it's like, I don't know. I personally, I would want one, but I would want more to watch the two girls go at it.
Yeah.
And then maybe smash my girl afterwards.
Yeah.
But I don't think I would be like doing porn star style, man. I'm 36 at this point. Like, them days are getting behind me, dog. I ain't fucking going doing the Brian Pumper type shit,
Yeah.
So that'll be my thing. I'll be more into like watching the whole thing. I wouldn't be.
I would be more into like the foreplay type
of
just kind of, a lot of touch and all this stuff, just kind of like that, not actually trying to do double.
Exactly. And I think a lot of dudes are self-conscious. I think they feel pressure to put on that kind of performance, you know. And so I think most men would talk like they want that, but most would not actually want that.
Yeah.
Where women would actually probably want that.
Yeah.
But then there be these fake lesbian women out there too. I don't like that either. So
Yeah,
there'd be a lot of capping on both sides.
I know a lot of fake ones that be like, oh
Mhm.
yeah, I just want the head and that's it. I'm not eating
Yeah.
Look, somebody got to eat somebody out, man. Somebody got to do something.
Yep. Now, there's definitely, I hate hearing that, man. I'm like, nah, you ain't. That's just weak. But so yeah, I don't know. I just feel like I've always gotten strong lesbian vibes from Tiana Taylor. I've always felt like she probably liked women more than men. And I'm not saying that's why they broke up. I don't know what happened, but just something about her, she's very strong, man. Like very strong features, strong voice. Just something about her energy is just, I felt like she wouldn't be with a man for that long. But I don't know.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. This one kind of broke my heart though, man, because this was always my go-to couple whenever somebody say, oh, whenever we talk about Russell Wilson and Sierra.
Yeah.
And people always say, oh no, you just don't like her. You just don't like him because he treats her like a woman and he's nice to her and all this other stuff. Well, I'm like, well, Mon Shepard is nice to Tiana Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with him. I don't think he's corny. Like they're a nice little happy family. So that was always my go-to, but they ain't no go-to. It's so funny how women get upset because we don't like Russell Wilson. Like Russell Wilson always been a corny guy before he even got with her. Like to me, I always felt like he was just a corny NFL quarterback.
But here's the thing: women don't like Russell Wilson. They just like the fact that he has money. Like make Russell Wilson like a regular 9-to-5 dude. No woman will be messing with him. I mean, somebody would, but not like these women on social media who be acting like he's not corny.
Yeah,
they only like the fact that he has a lot of money.
And see, that's the thing. Like right now, they saying they want a guy like that.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't mind a guy like Russell Wilson, the way he treats her and love her and all this other stuff. Where I'm like, I don't care about that part. I just feel like he's just a corny dude in general, man. Like he can be by himself.
Mm-hmm.
I'ma still say I felt like he's just a corny dude, not in a cool way, but just a corny dude, a little irritating, man. And this is before he was dating her.
What they really love about Russell Wilson is he saved a hoe. Let's be real about it, man. That's what they really love about him. Because I saw this, the whole thing about girl math has been going along. I saw somebody bring up how you a baby mama, but you don't want a man who got a baby mama. And somebody said that's girl math.
That is.
That's what Russell Wilson is. That's the prize. A man who didn't have any kids,
but took
in a woman who had a kid.
Yeah, I see that all the time too, man. I see that from all type of women. How I can't date a dude with a baby mama, but you got kids, and they say, "Oh no, I'm cool with that, but I just can't do baby mama drama."
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, what about baby daddy drama?
The logic never worse. The things they say never makes any sense because they say things like, I know if he got a baby mama, they probably still smash him. Yeah. Well, you got baby daddy, so that means you still smashing him? How does that work?
So what about your baby daddy's girlfriend?
Yes.
so she should feel like you still smashing him.
They can't. This logic never enters their brain. Okay, they just say, "I don't want a man with kids or a baby mama, but it's okay for me to have a baby daddy." No. Single people need to be with single people. Okay. If you got kids, you just got to take whatever you can get. I'm not saying put up with anybody who's mean to you or abuses you or anything like that. But if you got a kid and you got a kid, y'all are a good match to me. All right. Y'all got to make something work.
Happy family. That's a happy family to me.
So that is ridiculous. Acting like
why he got to be the stepdad? Why he got to be the one to step up and accept what you got, your baggage?
Mm-hmm. it's ridiculous, man. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
it's the same thing when women, they're fine when a guy can buy them lunch
yeah.
at work or something like that, but they don't want their man buying another woman at work lunch. Like, that's disrespectful. But
yeah.
if Joe Blow at your job buy you lunch, that's fine with me. He bought me lunch. It's all good. But if they find out you bought another girl some lunch,
Yeah.
then you damn near cheated on her.
Or she got you lunch or anything. Yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah, you cheated.
She could have a work husband. You can't have a work wife. You know?
Yep.
That's the girl logic, man.
That's
but
girl
you know,
math.
it is girl math. But look, you can't fight against it, man. You can't even explain it to them because logic just does not enter some of these discussions, man. It's just, I know what I want. And it's like, okay, whatever. If you have preferences, fine. I wish you the best. I hope you can find what you're looking for.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Yeah, but rest in peace, my favorite couple, man. That was always my go-to couple. Whenever somebody say, "Oh, you just don't like a man that love his wife," oh, he love his wife. That's a beautiful family.
Yeah, but hey, you could point to that to be like, that's why y'all don't want nice guys. Look at that, a man who was nice, took care of his family, and they still didn't work out. So I don't know. If she dates a man, it'll be interesting to see what kind of man she dates at post Iman Shumpert. But I don't know. It might be a female version of a beard. I don't know what you call that. But Spoon says, wow, poor Sierra. She just mastered the 1-2 step. Yeah, she was trying to make more music lately too. I saw her making some kind of one of these hoe anthems.
She had a song with Chris Brown, I want to say.
Yeah.
Which I think it kind of ticked a couple people off. They was kind of wondering why she got a song with him.
Yeah, that's always going to be a thing for Chris Brown. Like, all these women are just going to keep collabing with him, and then women on Twitter are going to get upset about it.
Yeah.
You know, it's I don't know. But Ciara needs to, we're talking about how Colin Kaepernick needs to hang it up. I think she needs to too. You know, it's over. I think the last time she had a hit and the last time he was great in the NFL were around the same time. You know, so there's a timetable for everything, and it's past both of them. They both
of them wash. Yep.
Yeah. So it's over for them. All right, we were at 4 hours. It's officially our longest podcast in a while.
Yeah.
Wait. HRW says, did y'all discuss Mel Tucker falling for that black man's kryptonite? I gotta look this up. I haven't heard about this. Oh yeah, he was fired. Michigan State coach. That's right.
Oh yeah.
I didn't see what this was about.
Yeah, I ain't really understand what it was about.
Yeah, I didn't really keep up with the story, honestly. I don't really care about Michigan State. But I did see he was fired and there was some kind of allegations going on, but I didn't see the girl he was supposedly messing with. Wait, according to the USA Today report, Tucker is alleged to have made sexual comments and masturbated while on a phone call with Brenda Tracy, an advocate and rape survivor. Tracy reported her call with Tucker to the university's Title IX office. Okay. And then somebody else said no police report was filed, blah, blah, blah. What does Brenda Tracy look like? Ugh. He masturbated to this? Come on, man. People really gotta fucking people really gotta control themselves, man. What's going on here?
Yeah.
What's going on here? I don't think we ever found the woman that Ime Udoka. Wait, did we? I can't remember if we ever found out the girl he was messing with. I think that was kept another case of the NBA mafia, man, sweeping things under the rug.
Yeah, I was about to call you Jalen Rose, man. You never heard about her? We don't know her name.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's right. That's one of the things he had to apologize for. So yeah, HRW says dude lost $70+ million. Yeah, man, there are look, we are in the age of the horrors. Okay, if you need it that bad, there's Instagram girls who can fly out.
Yeah.
And you got to be a special kind of freak to masturbate on a phone call with a rape advocate or rape survivor, an advocate, not advocate for rape. I don't know what she's an advocate for, but something else. But come on, man, that's a special kind of. If that's true, that's a special kind of sickness.
Yeah.
At least Ime Udoka was just being stupid, but it was somebody, a coworker.
Yeah.
That's some nasty ass shit, man.
It is.
Come on, man. And then I'm looking at pictures and it's like, oh my God. Ugh.
Yeah, that's awful.
Nasty, man. You couldn't pay for you couldn't fly out a porn star. Ridiculous.
Yeah,
look on OnlyFans and just look around like you on Craigslist. Crazy.
Yeah, some people be having some weird kinks and all that stuff, man.
Yeah.
Oh, real quick, I know we got to wrap this up, man.
Wrap it up then.
Have you been keeping up with the Chicago Bears? All that stuff that been going on with them?
I saw Justin Fields' ass, but besides that, not really.
Did you hear about their defensive coordinator who had to who ended up resigning because I guess the feds or the FBI was investigating them and actually ran in his house and all that stuff?
I didn't see that. Nah, what the fuck? When did that happen?
Look that up, man. But that happened, I want to say last week or 2 weeks ago. And this was the same week when Justin Fields was actually really bad. And he made those comments about, coaching and pointing fingers at coaching. But yeah, and this is the funny part that got me. Remember Peanut Tillman, who used to play for
Yeah.
He was actually like part of the FBI that was investigating them.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so apparently, so the defensive coordinator, I forgot his name, but
It's Alan Williams.
Alan Williams, that's right. But apparently, I guess it was rumors said it was something that was so egregious that they couldn't believe it or something. So a lot of people was like assuming like kiddie porn or something like that, which is alleged. Well, we don't know what happened, but apparently it was something that was so bad that I guess they couldn't believe it or something like that.
So wait. Alan Williams, I'm reading this from ESPN. Alan Williams resigned as Chicago Bears defensive coordinator last week, in part because of inappropriate activity. Williams was not involved in any criminal activity, but the Bears HR department was part of the process that culminated in his abrupt resignation. A digital forensic search was conducted as part of his resignation, and he announced that he was taking a step back to take care of my health and family. A report in Chicago of police activity at the team facility was inaccurate.
Yeah, I think that kind of came out a little later, but I don't think that was true. But I did hear something that Peanut Tillman was like part of the I don't want to say he was a informant because that means it was somebody that was like not really a part of the FBI, but like working for him. But he was actually working on this case, investigating them. And it was like super bizarre, man. It was weird.
He's not facing any criminal charges. And they were saying that the FBI raid was not true.
Really?
But he was still fired or took a step back for inappropriate activity.
Yeah, I ain't know that part.
So
I know the whole raid because I heard it was like a raid on his house or something like that.
Yeah, the Bears denied that apparently. But he's not facing criminal charges, but he still stepped down and they said there was inappropriate activity. So I mean that could be anything. I don't see how you get that wrong. Like the FBI investigating you or not, I don't know. But I don't even know where see if he was harassing somebody or some kind of sexual misconduct, that would arise to like a criminal investigation.
Yeah.
So maybe he was just jerking off to weird porn in the fucking facility, man. I don't know. Like, I don't know what else could not be criminal, but you have to step back because it's inappropriate.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. And mind you, this is the same week where Justin Fields was pretty much blamed his coaches on his performance, and then had to walk that back and saying the media painting the narrative. And then I want to say that same week, somebody broke into the Bears facility and stole like $100,000 to $200,000 worth of equipment.
Damn.
This is all within a week. So I'm like, man, I wouldn't be surprised if the Bears had like a RICO case going on. End up in the RICO case.
The first NFL team to have a RICO case, man. That's just wild. I didn't hear about most of this stuff, man. That's crazy. BT says Rappaport said the Tillman stuff was not true, but Williams could be charged later. Yeah, I'm interested to see. Like, look, what good is all these fucking NFL insiders if they can't report this shit we want to know?
Yeah,
you know,
and I guarantee he'd know.
Of course, Schefter knows this shit. He fucking was told to keep it quiet. You know. Same way LeBron James' son had a heart attack in the court and nobody said anything until the family put out a statement.
Yeah.
So like people know this shit, man.
Exactly. Yeah.
They're just not telling us. But we'll find out. Man, I've been hearing a lot of weird stuff. I heard somebody say something weird about Daniel Jones. Colin Cowherd was saying something weird about, I don't know. He was saying he heard some shit about not Daniel Jones, Mac Jones. And he was saying, you know, I don't want to say it, but we're just hearing something that's just really bad. Like, I hate when fucking reporters act like that, man. I'm not gonna say what it is, but you know, I'm not hearing it's good. It's pretty bad. My mind jumps to like the most fucked up shit. Okay, whenever I hear that shit, I'm like, he must have got caught with a 12-year-old. All right.
Yeah.
So you better clarify what you mean.
Yeah. That's when we talked about the Bill Belichick stuff and his breaking up with his girlfriend. I thought about I know everybody was thinking about like a sex tape or something like that. But I'm thinking like, man, was he in there with Robert Kraft with the massage stuff? Like I was thinking all type of heinous stuff.
If you know of something bad but don't want to say it, you better not even say anything.
Yeah.
Because people's mind is going to jump to the most ridiculous shit you can think of.
Yeah.
So it's better not to even say. That's my whole thing with the whole with that Jamie Foxx thing, which we still don't know officially what happened to him.
I have no clue, man. Everybody,
that's why my mind went to drugs. I'm like, if y'all not gonna say it,
people won't. Yeah, and then they get mad when people start assuming. It's like, yeah, they're gonna assume.
BT said Mac Jones slapped Sauce's balls and the league is doing nothing about it. Yeah, I saw that weird video, man. I don't know what the fuck. NFL season's been weird this year, man. It's only 3 weeks in the fucking season. And a lot of crazy shit's happening, man. What's going on?
Yeah.
I saw they got new gambling rules and shit now, too. I don't know. It's just crazy, man.
Yeah.
But anyway, all right. We are now 4+ hours deep. We gave y'all an extra long podcast. Pause. So we gotta say we gotta do the whole Cameron and Mace thing. Hey yo,
that's crazy.
Extra long is crazy.
Oh, that's wow.
I ain't never heard extra long used like that before.
Man, that's wow. Imagine having a conversation with them, man.
It's impossible, man. It's impossible. One day I want somebody to just go on and just intentionally troll them with like some gay sounding shit.
They need to listen to an NFL broadcast,
right?
Or a show or
I want to hear somebody come and say,
"This man is a physical freak." Like just imagine all the stuff you hear, man, on a sports talk show.
Ridiculous, man.
Man,
this D stiffens.
Yeah. Brown got some good D.
Yep. Nobody could D him up like Chris Paul does.
Yep. He's going on the side to get a blow.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Gotta give him a blow.
Yeah, they lose their mind. I want somebody to just go in and just say the most wild shit and not even know, or act like he don't even know what's wrong with it.
Yeah.
Come on, man. It's impossible to have like a real conversation with these guys. Everything is crazy to them. Everything is gay. Come on, man.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, all right. A nice lengthy podcast for y'all. See, I can't stop thinking about it now, man.
Know.
How do you say a long podcast without sounding gay?
Yeah.
Anyway, a nice lengthy, girthy podcast for y'all to listen to.
Yeah, we got to stop so we can get a blow.
Yeah. So, yeah, appreciate y'all hanging out with us, man. We miss y'all.
It's
so
been
appreciate
fun,
y'all.
man. It's been fun. Just interacting with y'all and talking to you, man. It's been a blast.
It has been, man. I miss you as well, dog. It's been good to kick back and just talk and shoot the shit and just talk about whatever's going on, man. So, appreciate all y'all for kicking it with us, man. HRWVT, Mad Wine Chemist, HRW, Troy Scott, other Troy from Facebook, Bravo, Mook in here as well. Miguel, everybody who came through and stopped through and chopped it up with us, man. We appreciate y'all. We love y'all. And probably gonna see y'all next week. We'll probably see y'all next week. Okay. This is the rebooted podcast. No promises, but probably gonna see y'all next week.
Yeah. And what's crazy is I want to say what day is that? So my birthday is actually on the 7th.
Well, I thought you already had your birthday. Oh, it was your wife's, or it was your anniversary, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm still podding, man. I ain't taking off. I'm actually working on my birthday, which is wild.
Damn.
I'm working a wedding and all that stuff. So man. We'll be back. Everything cool. And hopefully I ain't sick or nothing, because I've been sick for the last couple weeks.
Damn.
Yeah, but yeah,
I hope you feel better. Yeah, we need a donation link. Everybody go donate some money to Figgy for his birthday, man. HRW said, I thought Rockett had been hanging out with Ice Spice and Taylor. What? Nah, we just had some things. We busy and technical issues last week, but we back at it, man. Appreciate you having all y'all here with us, kicking it with us. Remember to say happy birthday to Figgy. Get him something, a little special for his birthday next week. So.
Yep. And make sure you y'all follow me and all that stuff. I've been doing a lot of tailgate content.
Yeah.
Check out my tailgate content at the Figgy Fig.
Yeah.
Look, man. By the way, with that, I'm doing that all on my own. The station not really funding that part.
Mm-hmm.
So this is all me, man. So I need all the support I can get, man. And
boost it, retweet it, it, man. Share it.
Show us some love, man, because I'm doing this all out of my pocket, all on my own.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to get some love for it, man. So
yeah,
man, show me some love.
Boost that shit up, man. As well as make sure you check them out on you're gonna be there on Sunday, right?
Yeah, I'll be there Sunday.
Yeah, so make sure y'all gonna be out there for the JJ Watt celebration party.
Yeah,
and TJ Watt running through the fucking. That'd be fucked up if JJ and TJ had a fucking crazy day that day. So
yeah,
we'll see, man.
It might be bound to happen, man.
Right? I don't know. We'll see. And CJ, we trust. So we'll see how he does, man. But anyway, appreciate y'all, love y'all, and until next time. As always,
peace.